The Senate will come to order. Senator Westland,
Thank you, Mr. President. I impose a call of the Senate.
the Senate is now under call.
Senator Kunesh. Mr. President, I impose a call of the Senate, and I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with. Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, if you be so kind as to stand. Members, in our tradition, we start with prayer, and today's chaplain is Reverend Christy Stang from St. Stephen's Episcopal Church from Edina, Minnesota. As a gentle reminder, following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pause in a moment of prayer. We give thanks for this gathering of leaders here today. We pray for safety and well-being for each person at the Capitol, not only for senators, but also for the many staff who contribute their gifts to the workings of the Capitol. We give thanks for the many experiences and efforts that led up to today and the work that has already been accomplished. As our senators prepare for the work that needs to be done today, may the many faiths and values represented here in this room be a source of strength. May careful discernment and the common good guide this session, energizing and empowering our leaders. May the shared vision of caring for the people of Minnesota empower our senators as they begin this session. Amen.
Thank you, members. The secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Clark, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hoschild, Herr, Heinzman, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Johnson-Stewart, Klein, Coran, Kroon, Kunish, Kupek, Lang, Letts, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, May-Quaid, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell, Mohammed, Murphy, Nelson, Umover-Baton, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Members, a quorum is present. If you want to follow along, I'm reading from today's Senate agenda that's dated Monday, May 12, 2025. We will begin with the third order of business, messages from the House. There is a message to read at the desk. The secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file, as amended by the House, in which amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate File Number 1832, a bill for an act relating to state government, establishing a biennial budget for jobs, labor, and economic development. Senate File Number 1832 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Kunesh for a motion.
Mr. President, on behalf of Senator Champion, I move that the Senate do not concur in the amendments by the House to Senate File 1832, and that a conference committee of 6 members be appointed by the subcommittee on conference committees on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed on the part of the House.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we will now proceed to the fifth order of business, which is reports of committees. There's a committee report to read at the desk. The secretary will read the report.
Senator McEwen from the Committee on Labor, to which was referred Senate File Number 3407, a bill for an act relating to workers' compensation, adopting recommendations from the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council, reports the same back with a recommendation that the bill be amended as follows, and when so amended, the bill do pass and be re-referred to the Committee on Finance. Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 4, the bill was referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration.
Please make note, no action is required. We'll now proceed to the 8th order of business, which is introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Members, we'll now proceed to the 9th order of business, which is motions and resolutions. We will adopt the author's motion as one motion. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Kunish.
Mr. President, I move that House File number 2442 be taken from the table, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll to take House File number 2442 from the table. Senator Kunish.
Mr. President, Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no. Senator Kunish.
Mr. President, Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 31 noes, the motion passes and the bill is taken off the table. Senator Kunish.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bill be made a special order for immediate consideration.
Thank you, Senator Kunish. Senator Huffman.
Having voted on the prevailing side, Mr. President, I've moved that the vote whereby the A9 Farnsworth Amendment to House File number 2442 was adopted on May 9th, 2025, now be reconsidered. Thank you.
On that motion.
I request a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Matthews.
Mr. President, I too was going to ask for a roll call vote, and I want to urge members to vote no on the motion to reconsider. We put a good piece of policy in the bill last Friday. Mr. President and members, when the bill was presented in the Finance Committee, the author of the bill, Senator Frentz, made a statement about how he himself was not voting for any amendments but was not going to be speaking on behalf of the other 66 senators. Apparently that turned out to not be true, because on Friday, as soon as one amendment went on, the majority immediately moved to recess and to table the bill and went up behind closed doors again, likely to put pressure on one member that went awry and voted the way they weren't supposed to vote. And the next action we see down here is coming to strip off this piece of bipartisan work that we have done. Members, on the policy side, this is a good piece of policy that helps reduce carbon emissions in our state, and it is a needed piece for the energy bill. I urge members to vote no on this motion and keep a good bipartisan piece in the bill.
The Secretary would take the roll on the motion to reconsider. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.1.
Mr. President, Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye. And Senator Kunesh, I intended to say Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Weissenberg votes no.
Senator Weissenberg votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 32 nays, the motion to reconsider is adopted. Members, we are now on the A9 amendment. Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I can only assume that the reason that this was reconsidered is that members of the majority realized their mistake on not voting for this amendment, because it is a good amendment, Mr. President. It will actually create less greenhouse gas, less potent greenhouse gas. So I'm excited to see how this vote could potentially be 67-0. And if it's not, Mr. President, if this amendment fails, I hope that the majority knows that the people of Minnesota are watching. And what happened on Friday was there was a bipartisan amendment that was put onto this bill, and this Senate was shut down for the entire weekend. We're not going to get our work done, Mr. President. We are going to end up in a special session, And rather than accept one small bipartisan amendment, the entire Senate was shut down, and the people of Minnesota are watching the way the majority is governing. It is a good amendment. It will provide less potent greenhouse gases, and I hope that we see a 67-0 vote on this, because if we don't, the people of Minnesota will realize what happened, that this bill has turned into a completely partisan bill where even one bipartisan amendment couldn't be accepted. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary would take, Senator Matthews. And members, as a gentle reminder, under Rule 36.2, the member must speak only to the question under debate. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am speaking to the A9 amendment before the body. Members, this is a good amendment. This is one of two pieces that we had regarding wood waste that was going through our committee earlier this year, and they meet two important goals. This provision here gives an avenue for our timber companies to utilize the wood waste that would otherwise just sit on the forest floor and rot and decompose and emit a greater amount of carbon that way. The other need that this met, with slightly different language that I believe Senator Pratt was trying to push, gives an out for wood that is infected with EAB, and allows that. We had other language that was traveling earlier in this session to allow that to be burned and used, and that not only meets all of the other benefits that I described earlier, but helps with the stop of some of these tree diseases that we have and that we need to get contained in some areas. And it's just amazing to me that we can't bring ourselves to let one bipartisan piece get on this bill and instead go behind closed doors and have a small minority control the majority of this body that actually want this policy to exist and to be implemented. And so, members, I urge you to consider your actions here. This is a good policy that we need to get implemented for the people of Minnesota. We should not be hamstrung by what a small minority or what leadership is telling other members to do. We should be speaking for the people of Minnesota and standing up for our values and for the reason why your district elected you and sent you down here to represent their values here on the Senate floor. Members, I urge a yes vote on the amendment.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A9 amendment. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 35 nays, the A9 Farnsworth Amendment is not adopted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, that's a little bit disappointing. As the discussion had started on Friday on this bill, we talked about the bipartisan work that worked in this committee this year, and the language that came out of the committee on a 9-2 vote. Mr. President, there were a lot of provisions that have been worked on for a long time that folks are asking for us to do to make our energy policy better, that were included in that bill that were taken back out in the Finance Committee. Mr. President, one of those pieces is something that I've been carrying and working incredibly closely with our rural co-ops and municipals. A lot of people agree. Allowing individuals to put solar on their properties is a good thing. Trying to help them get their electricity bill down to zero. And that's something I think many of us support. But there is a little bit of what we would call a loophole in the way this was established, Mr. President. And there are a number of folks out there who've started using this as a way of generating revenue. So, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A16 amendment to address this loophole.
Senator Rarick offers the A16 amendment. The Secretary will report the A16 amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend House File number 2442, the unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 12, after line 22, insert. This is the A16 amendment.
Senator Rarick to your A16 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, again, many people across the state of Minnesota are looking at putting solar on their homes, on their property somewhere, to help bring their electricity bill down to zero. And the way we do this, Mr. President, is instead of requiring folks to install a big storage system, whether that's batteries or something else, so that they can produce electricity and then store it to use it when they actually need it, Minnesota law is set up that they tie into their local utility that serves as their storage system. They put their energy out onto the grid for other customers to use, and then when they use electricity, they take it back off the grid, and we balance those out. And if those two equal one another, that customer pays zero to the electric utility. The loophole that I mentioned, though, is that if they produce more electricity than they use, they are being paid retail rate price for that overproduction. Mr. President, members, that is putting our rural co-ops and municipals in a tough position. When they can buy electricity from a producer, they buy that, they figure out how much they have to mark that up so that they can pay their linemen. So when a storm hits, they can get out and take care and repair the lines. They pay all their staff with that. They maintain the system and they keep it operating with that amount that they increase from what they purchase it. But with this solar that they're having to buy from individuals, there is no markup for them. So they have no way of covering the costs of operation when they have to take this electricity onto their system. So what this bill does, Mr. President, is it says they will buy that energy at the wholesale cost that they are paying for their other electricity that they are buying from other producers. This way, they can continue to maintain their system. Now, one of the things that people will talk about, and I think there's been a misunderstanding, is this is not lowering the cost of all the energy produced to the wholesale price. Up until the point that the customer is producing what they use, it will balance out and be a zero cost. This is only dealing with the amount of electricity that they are producing that is above and beyond what they use within their own property. So, Mr. President, this is a common sense piece of legislation. It will actually, when we listen to the rural co-ops, this will help them encourage far more individuals to invest in their own solar than the way it is right now. Because the more and more of this that comes on right now where they have to pay the retail price for the overproduction, the higher their rates are going to go to all of the customers on their system. because, again, they have to maintain the lines, they have to run their operations. There must be some type of a markup for them to be able to do that. So, and Mr. President, in this piece, we are grandfathering in those who already have systems in place. This would be, again, strictly for new customers who are building systems that they are overproducing from what they are going to use. This is a good common sense amendment. It was in the bill coming out of committee that received 9 votes. I will ask for a roll call and ask members to vote green.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you very much, Senator Rarick. You have continually brought good energy policy amendments to these bills on the floor, and you contribute in committee. And I was a yes vote on this very provision in our committee, ladies and gentlemen. I'm asking members to consider the path, however. There isn't a path for policy to be adopted and made into law, and what the people of Minnesota want is for us to actually do something. We need the public to go with us, and I'm asking for members to vote no on the amendment. Having said that, Mr. President, I want to acknowledge a couple things. This is at the heart of where Minnesota needs to talk about reform, the cost. Senator Rarick is right. Selling it back to the grid at retail when no one else in the country is paying retail is undermining our clean energy goals. We will buy more clean energy to lower the cost. With that, members, this is not the avenue for this particular provision. And while I thank Senator Rarick, I'm asking for a no vote.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand against this amendment for a couple of reasons. I am someone who got solar this past winter, and so I would be grandfathered in under this provision. So this doesn't impact me, but as someone who priced out solar, got solar, went through all of the process, I do think this would have a chilling effect to those people who are considering this for themselves. Because already, usually home solar isn't built to more than 120%, which means they actually have you turn over your electric bills to them to see what your usage has been, and then they won't build something that would do more than 120% of what your use is already. And so then what happens is during the day, I have Excel, for example. I am overproducing right now while it's nice and sunny out and no one is at the house. But this evening, when my kids come home and manage to turn on every single light in the house and never turn any of them off, then we are buying energy back. And so what would happen under a provision like this is the Excel rate during the summer is 13 cents. But they might be buying it as low as 3 or 4 cents. So I would sell my energy back under a provision like this during the day at 3 or 4 cents, and then I might have to buy my exact same energy back in the evening time at 13 cents. That means my own energy would be marked up at a 200 or 300% rate. And just because one person is being able to do that doesn't mean all the other homes that don't have solar, they're not buying it at the low rate, marking it up, and selling it to the customer, which means they still have lots of an opportunity for profit. So I would say that because so many people actually look at that rate exchange and what they would be able to buy and sell it for their own homes in this process, that we need to encourage people to continue, because this is very expensive to put solar on your house, and that is something that they equate when they look at the long-term value of what they're going to be paying. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, would the author of the bill yield?
Do you want the author of the bill or author of the amendment?
The bill.
Senator Frentz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Frentz, you had said that if there's not a pathway for this amendment, I'm wondering if you could explain that a little bit further, because it seems like the right pathway is to bring amendments to committee. It sounds like it passed in the committee. Other committees then manipulated it and changed it, but the floor has the final say. It seems odd that getting more Republican votes would just improve your number of votes in support for the bill, with amendments that go on from Republicans that went on in the Energy Committee. And so I'm having trouble understanding this pathway question. So could you explain to us this pathway problem that you said you have? I don't understand it, because adding this amendment potentially that was supported in Energy Committee would likely have the result of more Republicans supporting it. The House is tied 50-50, 67-67. The pathway only gets brighter if you add some amendments that more members support, and this is the place to do it. So could you explain this pathway problem?
Senator Frentz, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And sticking to the merits of the amendment, I will just say, Senator Westrom, I have talked to Senator Matthews about this, and I would say your question presupposes that the bill comes out of this chamber regardless of which amendments goes on. I do not believe it does. And with that, Mr. President, I will confine any further remarks to the merits of the amendment. Thank you, Senator Westrom. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Westrom.
Well, members, I would urge you to support this amendment. If the Energy Committee already supported it bipartisanly, we have a legislature that is one vote difference total between the Senate and the House body. It seems the pathway only gets better on bills that have Democrat authors and Republican authors or supporters. That is common sense 101. So this idea that there's a pathway seems to mean or indicate that somebody's talked to somebody to say that this isn't going to pass in a final result. And so it's troubling for me to hear that, because this is the process, this is the pathway to change bills. We had an HOA bill last week. That was a pretty good example of what the floor debates should look like. Doesn't presuppose that there's only a pathway one way for a bill, and if you do anything else to it, you can't get it through the legislative process. Members, vote green. This pathway only gets better, I believe. Chair Frentz, I'd like to prove you wrong if we could get this on, because I think this and a few other common sense amendments, I think makes your life a lot easier going to conference and getting a final bill passed. But that's just my suggestion. Members, vote green.
Any other discussion before I go to the author of the amendment? Senator Matthews and then Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Frentz yield to a question?
Senator Frentz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we're going to have to do some simple Senate math. 34 is the number to pass a bill off the floor. And so you are saying here publicly, Senator Frentz, if I'm understanding you, that this amendment, which you supported in committee and which you worked closely with Senator Rarick all session long to work on this policy, that if this goes on, you'll be voting against your own bill because the 33 votes from my caucus plus your vote won't be the 34. That is the pathway that this bill needs to get off the floor.
Senator Frentz, we're on the A16 amendment. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Matthews, to the A16. Members, I'm asking you to vote no because it's my judgment as the chief author of the bill and the chair of the committee that we have a better chance to actually do something for Minnesotans and pass something that matters to them. And I'm not interested in the procedural posturing and the show of it. I want to actually get something done. Members, the public has to come with us on our clean energy goals. We have to look at them and say, what did you actually do? Most people in the public don't know the name of their state senator, and many of them don't care. What they want to know is, what did you actually get done? This is my judgment, Mr. President, about the best way to get that done. Thank you, Senator Matthews. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Matthews to the A16 Rarick Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to the A16 Rarick Amendment, would Senator Frentz yield for another question?
Senator Frentz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Frentz. So this amendment, the underlying policy is we need to be directing our solar energy policy towards less expensive solar versus more expensive solar. And I think I've heard you mention that multiple times throughout the year as we have discussed this issue. And that is the foundation of this underlying A16 amendment. So based on your last answer, you're telling me that the best way to do something so that we can tell the people of Minnesota that we got something done is to not do anything with this amendment?
Senator Frentz to the A16 Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Matthews. No, I think what I'm driving at is that Community Solar Garden Sunset is in the bill and can be in the bill, and it will pass. And I find that to be the greatest savings to Minnesota ratepayers of the many excellent energy provisions that came out of committee. Thank you, Senator Matthews. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Matthews to the A16 Rarick Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it's actually quite watered down because the date was extended farther out than what we worked on and discussed in the committee that you supported, that I supported, that Senator Rarick supported, that passed out of committee with a 9-2 vote. So it's disappointing that we get more political speak like this, where we dance around the issue and like, hey, let's do something by not doing anything. Let's be bipartisan by not voting for a bipartisan bill. Let's be bipartisan by voting for a partisan bill instead. That's how we can show that we're bipartisan, by only supporting partisan issues here on the Senate floor. That's the kind of mental gymnastics that we're having to see over this weekend and over 2 days here. Let's cut all of this fluff out, Mr. President. Let's be very simple. We have a bill that in front of us that used to be bipartisan. It is now strictly hyperpartisan. It had good bipartisan amendments in it. One of them was this A16 Rarick Amendment. Don't believe the political speak when politicians try to roll up to your doorstep and tell you, we did something for the state of Minnesota by not doing anything. Don't believe politicians when they roll up to your door and say, we were bipartisan, we wanted to work together, and we did that by not working together with the other side. That's the type of hula hoops and mental gymnastics that we're having to jump through. Instead, we could say, we did work together. We have this A16 amendment that actually improves the cost of solar because it will make Minnesota and our energy companies buy the solar energy at a less expensive cost instead of a more expensive cost. See, this is cost dynamics. This is economics 101 here, members. If you go to the grocery store and the grocery store had to buy bread for $2 a loaf, they can't sell it to you for less than $2 a loaf. If the grocery store has to buy the bread for $5 a loaf, they're going to have to sell it to you, the consumer, for more than $5 a loaf. So we have here solar energy. We're mandating the higher retail rate is what the energy company has to buy the solar energy at. And then they have to turn around and sell it to you, and they're going to have to sell you that energy at a higher price to compensate for the higher cost that they themselves have to pay. And the only reason why they have to pay that higher price is because the state law right now tells the energy company, you must buy this community solar, and it must be at this highest retail rate. And so every other consumer in their whole service territory ends up paying that higher price. This amendment right here takes that away out of state law so that the price that they have to pay from the subscriber that has the community solar is not the highest possible retail price, but is the lower price that makes it competitive with every other solar product. So don't listen to all of this fluff and all of this political speak and all of this, let's work together by not working together, that we've been hearing for a couple of days. Let's pass a good policy, and let's put this in law for the state of Minnesota. Otherwise, go home to your districts and tell them, don't tell them we were working together. Say, nope, we clearly did not want to work together and only wanted to pass hyper-partisan bills. Members, please vote yes on this amendment.
Senator Rarick, you will be the last voice we hear before we vote on the A16 Rarick Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I started off by saying there's a lot of misinformation out there around this, and I explained it a little bit and then proceeded to hear somebody describe it completely wrong. So let's explain this one more time. First, this is for cooperatives and municipals, not investor-owned utilities like Xcel Energy. This has zero impact on any customer who's a part of Xcel Energy or Minnesota Power or Autotel Power in Minnesota. Co-ops, municipals. That's who this is for. If you're not a customer of a co-op or a municipal, zero impact. We then heard it explained that when you're producing in the middle of the day right now, but you're not using electricity, you're going to now be compensated for a lower rate, and then when you use it later tonight, you get charged a higher rate. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. This is aggregated over the course of the year, Mr. President. Over the course of the year, whatever you produce compared to whatever you use, if those two equal out, you pay zero. What this amendment gets at, and the base bill that I brought gets at, is if you are producing more electricity with your solar system over the course of the year compared to what you use, that overproduction is what you will now get paid the wholesale rate at, rather than retail. Only that portion. So let's understand the reality of what this is. This is about being fair to all users on the system. I've had people here at the Capitol for meetings. I recall one specifically, about 10 individuals. And as the meeting got going, 2 brought up this issue because they have solar on their property and they overbuilt. And they literally said, this is a source of revenue for me. Then I explained it to the other 8 in the room, what's happening. They're overproducing, and they're getting retail rate for that overproduction. Now, their cooperative doesn't have as much electricity that they're buying from, say, Great River Energy. So they do not have as much money anymore in what they charge over what they buy for to run their operations. Thus, they have to raise everybody's rate on the system. And the funny thing is when you raise the rate on the system, the people who have overbuilt their solar are now getting even more for what they're doing. And these 8 people in the room started looking at the other 2 like, what are you doing to me? This is the right thing to do. And if we're talking about we're supposed to be here to do what's right for Minnesotans, then we should take a Senate position and give this a chance. I don't buy this idea that we've got a better chance of making this happen by not taking it today. That's a bunch of B as in B, S as in S. Passing this today gives us a Senate position saying this is what we should be doing for our rural co-ops and municipals. This is going to encourage our co-ops to encourage other people to install their own solar systems. They've told us that in committee and in personal meetings. Right now, as the law sits, they discourage people from doing this because of the negative impact it has on their rates. Accepting this today, I believe, gives us a better chance of passing this bill off the floor. We saw the kerfuffle on Friday, what happened. Taking this actually puts it in a position, I believe, that we receive way more than 34 votes on this bill for final passage. Rejecting all these, this one and all the other amendments means at best we will get 34 votes for the bill. You tell me which is the best path, Mr. President, and which sends the message to the people of Minnesota that we're working on policy for Minnesota that serves the most people. Nine to 2 coming out of committee with this position, Mr. President. Vote green, members.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A16 rare amendment. Senator Kunis, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 35 nays, the A16 rare amendment is not adopted. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A7 amendment.
Senator Weber offers the A7 amendment. The Secretary will report the A7 Weber amendment.
Senator Weber moves to amend House File Number 2442, the unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 12, after line 25, insert. This is the A7 amendment.
Senator Weber to your A7 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, we have within Minnesota electric generating plants that are called peaking plants. When peaking plants are utilized, they're typically brought online to shave the high production and high usage at that point in time. And the way electricity is priced is typically upon what the high point is reached. And as we look at carbon-free technology today, what this amendment does is that it allows those peaking plants who use B100, which is a biodiesel blend, to consider that as carbon-free and technology for purposes of generating. Now, there are restrictions on this. The only way that it can be considered is for the first 400 hours that the peaking plant is used. Many of them will not be used that often for that many hours during the course of a year. But what does 100% biodiesel do in terms of its benefit for the environment? Number one, there's over a 70% reduction in greenhouse gases. There is an 80% reduction in particle matters which go out into the air. It reduces carbon dioxide by 75%. And so, Mr. President and members, this is a viable alternative for our peaking plants, and I would encourage a green vote, and I ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Weber. Your contributions in the Energy Committee are appreciated. As a fellow Southern Minnesotan, appreciate your work on biofuels. Members, I would ask for a no vote on the A7 amendment.
Senator Rarick to the A7 Weber amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I want you to think back. Do you recall the polar vortex from a few years ago? These peaking plant generators that Senator Weber is talking about with his amendment Every one of them across the state of Minnesota came online during that period of time when we had extended 30 below weather here in Minnesota. Why did that have to happen? Because when we hit those temperatures, wind generators need to be locked up, shut down, produce zero. Many times our solar is producing next to zero at the same time, because it's the time of year when the sun is not shining very often. Mr. President, members, nearly everyone in the state of Minnesota has a heating system in their home that requires electricity in order for it to run. These peaking plants across the state of Minnesota that all came on during that time and it would happen again are critical for keeping everyone's power on in those situations. Right now, MPCA is telling these places, you need to take those generators offline because your emissions are too high. This amendment would help lower emissions and would allow these generators to stay on the system, prepared to go online, not when we want them to come online, when they're needed to come online, so that everybody's power stays on. Question I would ask people across the state that reject this amendment and say we shouldn't do this, I wonder if they're also the first people who are going to raise their hands and say, you can shut my power off when we hit these times of low energy generation so that everybody else can keep their power on and keep heating their homes. I volunteer because I'm the one who's saying we can't do this. Turn my power off. Let my heat go off. I highly doubt many people are going to stand up and volunteer for that program, Mr. President. If you're not willing to do that, vote green on the Weber amendment.
The last voice we'll hear is that of Senator Weber, and then we will vote. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. The one thing that Senator Rarick did not mention as it relates to the polar vortex that hit Texas a few years ago is the fact that there are over 240 people that don't have an opinion on this anymore, because there was over 240 people that died as a result of the inability of their electric utility to provide them the power that they needed during that period of time. And as long as we have MPCA that is out there wreaking havoc on our generation facilities, why not allow them to have this type of fuel that will allow them to reduce the amount of pollution that they put out into the air and also help provide for the safety of Minnesotans. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A7 Weber amendment. Senator Kunis, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
And Senator Miller votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 35 noes, the A7 Weber amendment is not adopted. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the A4 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski offers the A4 amendment. The Secretary will report the A4 Drazkowski amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File number 2442, the unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 20, after line 1, insert. This is the A4 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski, to your A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, 10 days ago, I was called into my district in Viola Township in Olmsted County. A large group of landowners occupied a township hall there, and they were extremely concerned about a solar development of a utility-size scaled solar development that was being planned for their township. The problem, Mr. President, is that the local unit of government at this point in time has no recourse to even hold a hearing on such a development. And so, members, when I got back to the Capitol, I dug out the statute and the records of what we had passed over time, and in 2024, we passed the Minnesota Energy Infrastructure Permitting Act on the 18th of April. It passed this body last year. One of the repealers in the bill, Mr. President, was a provision that ripped out of statute an element of local control that was available when utility developments like these, and these were specifically solar, and in this case it was a wind development as well, provision that the counties had the ability to have standards written into their local ordinances. And the language, if you look at the amendment, provided that a county may adopt by ordinance standards for large wind energy conversion systems and solar energy generating systems. That's what the language says, and that the commission should consider it. And the commission here is a Public Utilities Commission. The commission should consider what the county has in their local ordinance unless the commission finds good cause not to apply the standards. So, Mr. President, I saw this and I read this and I'm thinking, this is a really balanced piece of language that we pulled out of statute. It directs to the Public Utilities Commission, look at what the county has in their ordinance, show due respect to that, and unless you have good cause as a commission to apply it, apply it. And if you can show good cause not to apply it, don't apply it. That was the language. We took that out of statute with one of the many repealers that were in that bill last year, Mr. President. I think it was short-sighted for us to do it because, for instance, 10 days ago, when I was in my district, with this utility-sized solar development, 1,800 acres, Mr. President, these parcels of land, and members, you can stop by my desk, I'll show you the map, but there are huge gaps of land in between these parcels. They are checkerboarded across that portion of Haverhill and Viola Township in Olmsted County. There are small landowners who aren't even farmers that are included in this particular township, in this area where the development is, Mr. President, who have their home surrounded on 3 and 4 sides with proposed solar developments, completely boxing them in, completely changing the outlook of what they are going to see in the future in this area. And there hasn't even been any local discussion about it amongst the township or the county. So, Mr. President, members, I bring forward this language that was in statute for a decade and a half, and it provided for counties to have that discussion with the Public Utilities Commission to provide that guidance for solar and wind developers, similar to what it provided in the past, and try to avoid these types of messes that are occurring in my district right now, in addition to some of the land use issues that this would help, it would also help consider issues around environmental, I mentioned the property stuff, health types of issues. It was brought up at the meeting, Mr. President, and this is highly erodible land in my district. The understanding is that the solar developer here will come in and plow out the terraces that have been in place for generations to protect the soil and water resources in Viola Township. That's what they do, is they rip out the terraces, the clean water diversions, and the other practices that are in place in order to create these developments. This particular place, Mr. President, has springs coming out of the hills right where this development is planned. These springs form the headwaters of the Whitewater River, Mr. President. The headwaters of the Whitewater River, there hasn't been any discussion at the township board or the county board level with this. This Chicago-based energy developer, not even anybody local, is going to take this directly to the Public Utilities Commission without the well-understood context that the people of my district have about the land in which this is being proposed. They're going to daisy chain, Mr. President and members, this thing together in a chain with huge open blocks of farmland between it. There is nothing orderly about this. It's not even contiguous. Mr. President, members, I encourage a yes vote on this amendment. It's common sense. It provides recourse for the Public Utilities Commission if they find the standards that the county put together to not be reasonable. It's been in statute and working for a year and a half. This is created by excising this from our statute. It has created a loophole that is causing huge problems in our areas throughout Minnesota where these developments are planned. I encourage your support for the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we're on the A4 Drazkowski amendment. We're going to Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Drazkowski. First of all, I appreciate you coming and talking to me about this amendment. While it was not something that was included in the Energy Omnibus, Senator, I think you've done a good job explaining why you have a concern about it locally. Members, this relates to personal property owner rights and what people choose to do with their land. I would not support the amendment, but I do appreciate that, Senator Drazkowski, and also willing to have further conversation with that, Mr. President. I'm asking for a roll call and asking for members to vote no on the A4.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. We're going to Senator Nelson, and then if there's no one else, I'm going to Senator Drazkowski. But I'm going to Senator Nelson first.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in support of the A4 amendment. This is needed. I have represented Haverhill and Viola Township for a decade, and my new district also includes Dodge County. This is the problem being addressed by the A4 amendment is not simply in one county or one township. The current language we have is problematic. And the solution in the A4 amendment still gives plenty of oversight to the MPCA, to the commission. And I want to draw members' attention to line 1.5. I want you to notice that the word may, the county may, that is permissive. It does not say must, it is may. The county may adopt more stringent measures if they so choose. And then look down at line 1.9. You have another permissive statement for the commission. The commission shall consider. It doesn't say they must adopt. It says they must consider what the counties have brought forth. This is a local government issue. People nearest to their representatives, their county commissioners, moving forward saying, and those duly elected local county commissioners choosing to adopt more stringent regulations. And the bill goes on to say, they may consider. Members, there is nothing to be afraid of here. This is something that should garner every green vote in this chamber.
Senator Rarick, and then after Senator Rarick, we're going to Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm sorry. Senator Rarick, and then we'll go to Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you know what, Mr. President, I agree with individuals' property rights. But let's ask ourselves, do we sometimes limit what folks can do in developing their land? I mean, let's either be against property rights or for property rights, right? If I want to drain all the wetlands on my property, am I allowed to do that? Or do we agree that counties and the state can have provisions that say differently? We have all kinds of ordinances and orderly planning for how things are going to develop. That's what this amendment is saying. Let's allow the local jurisdiction to be involved in that process. All of us agree that property owners should be able to develop and do things with their property, but we have always put limitations to that. And if we're going to say we shouldn't do this one, then let's start revisiting everything else that we've limited people with what they can or cannot do. This is allowing local folks to continue the conversation and be a part of that organized planning for their area. Vote green.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of the A4 Drazkowski amendment. Being involved in local government for almost 35 years as a city council member, as a mayor, as a planning commission member, I don't know who in this body would not vote for this amendment. This is local control. These are members of either a 7-county city council or a 5-county county commissioner board that are at the closest area of this impacts. They have the local control. They have the input of the people that they see every day in their district, at the grocery store, at the post office, at the car wash, wherever they see, they have that. They're not sitting up here at the Capitol with not having a voice. These people in the district, local control is the most important thing that you can have. The A4 amendment, Drazkowski amendment, supports that local control. If you have a property out on a rural property and you're being surrounded by things you can't even input on, that is wrong. And members, if you vote against the A4 Drazkowski amendment, you're taking the rights away from the residents of your district. That is wrong. Vote green for the Drazkowski amendment.
Senator Jaskowski, you're the last voice that we will hear before we go to vote. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did talk with the Association of Minnesota Counties. They are not able to offer a position on this because this is not one of the items that they have polled their members about ahead of time, but they generally, staff said, do agree with and suspect that counties as a group agree with this amendment. This is about the ability to have local control, to have the ability for orderly planning to happen. Members, if you just looked at the map on my desk, it is a mess. This is what we are doing to our communities by not allowing this discussion to happen locally. Mr. President, I ask for a roll call and appreciate your support. Thank you.
Roll call was requested and a roll call has already been granted. The Secretary will take the roll on the A4 Drazkowski amendment. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 35 noes, the A4 Jaskowski amendment is not adopted. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will offer the A17 amendment.
Senator Matthews offers the A17 amendment. The secretary will report the A17 amendment.
Senator Matthews moves to amend House File Number 2442, the unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 13, after line 26, insert. This is the A17 amendment.
Senator Matthews, to your A17 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A17 amendment is based off of one of my bills that did get a hearing in the Energy Committee earlier this year during the power sharing agreement. And members, this is an issue that we've been speaking on this floor for many years. This would be the lifting of the nuclear moratorium in the state of Minnesota, with a few differences in it this year that I'll get into in a little bit. But members, the key is, especially after the 100%, or more commonly known as the blackout bill, was passed just a couple years ago, it is more important now than ever that we put all the tools we need in the toolbox for clean baseload energy generation. It's my understanding we are the only state in the nation that right now has both a 100% mandate in their state law and a moratorium that removes nuclear as an option for providing baseload generation. And we've heard from experts and testifiers multiple times that have told us that if you are not serious about, telling us you are not serious about actually accomplishing your carbon-free goals if you are against nuclear energy. This became even more important just a couple weeks ago when there was a massive blackout that struck multiple countries in Europe, including parts of Spain, Portugal, and France, where they had a drop of about 10 gigawatts of solar energy in the span of 5 minutes and caused significant blackouts throughout multiple nations that ended up causing the deaths of about 7 or 8 people. This has shown that the over-reliance on weather-dependent green energy is still problematic when it is not undergirded with a foundation of baseload energy. And unfortunately, in this state, we have had an emphasis on closing down significant energy-generating assets, including coal plants and gas plants, and there's a whole bunch of retirements in the works with not a lot of construction with which to replace them. So what was new this year is that the majority party told us in the Energy Committee that we needed to work out an agreement with Prairie Island, which I did very diligently for a number of months, had a lot of good faith discussions with their representatives here at the Capitol. And though we haven't come to an agreement yet, this language is different than we have seen in any prior year because it includes protective language around their community down in Red Wing, Minnesota. Under this provision, while we would lift the nuclear moratorium, the language here would clearly state that no new generation and no new waste from any other outside source could be built or stored within 20 miles of the Prairie Island Community Reservation boundary, which is twice the amount of the language that we worked on in the Energy Committee. So to those who are arguing that we need to have protections in for this community, I have been seeking to work on that. This language reflects that. My staff informed me that the size of this radius is larger than some of the no-go zones around some of the disasters that we've seen in Asia and other countries. So we have some very strong protective language in here. We are now 15 years away from the 2040 mandates kicking in, and the majority has not yet shown that they are serious about actually giving Minnesota the tools that we need to meet this goal. And so I've kept counting down the years, year after year, as I've stood on this floor until we get this passed. We need to have this in our toolbox. We need to allow our energy producers to consider whether this is what they need to achieve clean energy standards that the majority passed, and I would urge members to support this amendment.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Matthews. I have appreciated the discussion on nuclear power both in the state and in the nation. I'm asking for a no vote. Mr. President, we made a pledge in the Energy Committee that we would not lift the moratorium, and we had support from certain constituencies. That includes the Prairie Island Inland community. That includes Xcel Energy. Neither would support the type of moratorium repeal that is present in this amendment on lines 1.6 and 1.7. For that reason, Mr. President, I thank the author but would ask for a no vote, and I do request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nuclear power, the nuclear moratorium, we're told, is a block to Minnesota doing something on nuclear power. I think you got to recognize that of the 50 states, I think there may be 10 or 11 that have nuclear moratoria. And the other states, there have been some plants that have been being built. I think there were 46 canceled plants, ones that they started, they charged the ratepayers for, and never completed. Only 2 were completed fairly recently, and they were 10 years late, and the projected $14 billion cost grew to $37 billion, 2.5 times as much. Senator Matthews, a year or 2 ago, you were talking about these small modular reactors. They were going to be much quicker to put up and much better. And well, where are they happening? Is this just a pipe dream or something? Oh, they're happening in Idaho. What happened to that one? It was canceled, way over budget, taking much longer than expected, and they just dropped the project. This matters because when we build these things, we don't pay for nuclear plants the way we paid for coal plants or gas plants or other traditional plants. These aren't done by investor-owned utilities. Virtually always what they do is they ask the ratepayers to pay for it up front. Is that a big deal? Well, South Carolina, 2017, the most recent cancellation. Again, no others are being built. Only 2 in the last 50 years or 30 years have gone on. But those 2 in South Carolina, by the time they were canceled, the ratepayers for South Carolina Electric and Gas as residential customers had their rates increased 5 times to pay for the reactors. In the end, the reactors cost the utilities $9 billion, which the ratepayers ended up paying for. They were only 40% built. But to me, this idea that if we remove the moratorium, all of a sudden we got this new technologies coming. It's going to, I mean, they've been saying that about nuclear power for 50 years, and I'm a wait and see. Let me show us where it works. But 2-3 years ago, you were hyping the small modular reactors, and the only one you could point to that was being built was in Idaho, and now that one's been canceled because it was way over budget as well. So I urge members to recognize that when nuclear power is ready to move forward and they have some proposals that are not going to bankrupt the ratepayers, we could go ahead. But, you know, for those who say they're concerned about ratepayers, nuclear power is far and away the most expensive thing, even with all the government subsidies. Urge you to reject the amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen. Senator Gruenhagen, we're on the A17 Matthews Amendment.
Yep. Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of the Senator Matthews bill eliminating the nuclear ban or nuclear moratorium that we have here in the state. You know, members, technology has advanced exponentially in this area. If you do your research, you're going to find that 96% of spent nuclear waste can be recycled nowadays. 96%. And yet we can't do that due to a President Carter law, I think, in the United States here. Other countries are doing it in Europe and other parts of the world. The other thing about the high cost that Senator Marty talked about, that's because the environmentalists file lawsuits and pass laws to drive up the cost exponentially. That's what they're doing. You know, I have a client who does testing technology on nuclear power plants. And I talked to him about that. And he said, yeah, everybody knows that's what's happening. They file lawsuits, pass laws and regulations to artificially inflate the cost so that they're canceled. So we have a movement in this country against baseload electricity, clean baseload electricity. And those of you who are concerned about CO2, which I'm not, by the way, you should like nuclear power. The other thing that has been reported is that Bill Gates is refurbishing 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania, which is a nuclear power plant. Why is he doing that? Because we're putting these data centers up, both in the state of Minnesota and across the country. They'd have to have base load electricity. As you know, Bill Gates was a big Green New Deal disciple. But now he even realizes that you need base load electricity. Nuclear gives you that. And again, the spent waste, or the spent fuel, will be able to be recycled up to 96%, and I'm sure eventually by 100%. So members, this is a step in the right direction. Let's not put our citizens and businesses dependent on non-baseload electricity. In severe weather, they're going to have to, their lights are going out, like we've seen in Spain and other parts of our country. Please vote green. Thank you, Mr. President.
We're going to Senator Rarick, and after Senator Rarick, the last voice we'll hear will be that of Senator Matthews. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, this is an amendment that we should absolutely be taking and giving our utilities the ability to start looking at options out into the future. We all know that our electric utilities are looking at 10 and 20-year plans out into the future. The longer we wait to give them the ability to even consider this as an option, the more difficult it gets for this to ever happen, and the more difficult it will be for Minnesota to actually achieve the goals set in the 2040 plan. Members, I understand when we talk about the cost that's associated with nuclear, but when solar technology first came out, that was incredibly expensive. But that was okay if we just poured millions upon millions of taxpayer dollars to subsidize it. That would make it okay. We have to, this technology will be like everything else, right? If you're the first one when this brand new technology comes out for televisions and you want to run out there and be the first one to buy it, you pay a premium price. And as more and more of these TVs are manufactured and sold, the price comes down. Mr. President and members, we have a renewable development account that we put money into based on the number of casks that we have stored in Monticello and in Prairie Island with the spent nuclear fuel. And this account is supposed to be there to help bring forward new and better technologies. And that's what I believe we could be doing around these areas of the small modular and the micro reactors. Because then we can repurpose the spent fuel that's sitting there and bring this down and use an energy source that's just sitting there with so much potential. This amendment is necessary so we can start that process and start bringing the costs down. Again, Idaho Falls is where our nuclear laboratories are. That's where testing is happening. Wyoming is in the middle of a nuclear project that is still moving forward. This is happening across the state, across the world, across the country and across the world. If folks truly want carbon-free generation of electricity, you either need to figure out storage and where all the resources are going to come from to do wind and solar, or we need to start acknowledging that nuclear has to be a part of the package. It's as simple as that, Mr. President. Vote green.
Senator Matthews, I did say that you were going next, but there's one other person who stood up after I made that announcement. Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Frentz yield for a question?
Senator Frentz, will you yield? He will yield.
Senator Frentz, my understanding is without lifting this nuclear moratorium, we can't even discuss expansion of new nuclear in Minnesota, including the new technologies referred to as new modular nuclears, which are much smaller plants that we could have around the state and meet some of our needs. Is that your understanding as well?
Senator Frentz, we're on the A17 Matthews amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Westrom. No. We can discuss it. The utilities are able to look at it. They're able to talk to other states, other utilities. We are able to discuss it. What we're not able to do is build it at this point. And as was stated on the record in the Energy Committee at the beginning, Mr. President, we have to have the support of those that are part of the deal in the 1990s when we placed this waste next to the Prairie Island community. If we do not have their support, if we do not have the support of XL, I cannot support it. So yes, Senator Westrom, to the A17, we can discuss it. No, we cannot build it. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Westrom, to the A17 Matthews amendment.
Mr. President, if Senator Frentz would yield for a follow-up question.
He will yield for a follow-up question. Senator Westrom.
Senator Frentz, good job fancy dancing on that. I'll get a little more clear rather than discussing it. Let's talk about actually discussing it with purpose so you could build it. Am I clear? And I think from your answer, it's clear that no company or no person could move forward or invest in new nuclear or modular nuclears without us lifting this cap. Is that correct?
Senator Frentz, to the question. We're on the A17 Matthews amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Westrom. No. The current law in Minnesota says that the Public Utilities Commission cannot issue a certificate of need for new nuclear construction. It does not prevent utilities from studying, looking at, comparing with other states. So not trying to fancy dance, Senator Westrom, but if I understand your question, the answer is no.
Senator Westrom, to the A17 Matthews amendment.
Mr. President, it's just getting as clear as mud, but I think I need to follow up with a question to Senator Frentz if he'd yield.
Will you yield? He will yield. Senator, go ahead with your question.
Mr. President, Senator Frentz, included in my question was build in the state of Minnesota, and I noticed in your answer a little bit, I'll call it a fancy dance. You didn't talk about building in Minnesota. You said we can discuss it. Of course, we can discuss lots of things, but that doesn't get more energy on the system. So, Senator Frentz, just so I'm clear, my understanding is without lifting this, we cannot discuss and build. Connective discussion and building, Senator Frentz. Is that correct? We can't build in this state new nuclear or new modular nuclears if we don't lift this. Is that correct? The PUC could not grant a certificate of need.
Senator Frentz, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Westrom. If I understand your question, the answer is yes. We can discuss, but we could not build. We would not have a permit without a certificate of need. So if your question is, can we both discuss and build under current law, the answer to your question is yes, we are prevented under current law from both discussing and building. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Westrom.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Frentz. And that is the concern and the reason I rise in support of this amendment to raise the nuclear moratorium here in Minnesota, so at least there could be a certificate of need. But before that, there's going to be a lot of discussion. But we are not going to have that discussion here in Minnesota on new energy sources, new technologies, new modular nuclear technologies, which are showing a lot of promise from everything you hear and read about it, as a carbon-free energy, which many in the Democrats and others in the legislature want to push. And that's a good thing if you can do it reasonably. But part of that reasonableness is we have to take the handcuffs off the developers and the entrepreneurs or the companies that would want to look at bringing more nuclear as a reliable, clean energy to Minnesota as part of our energy diversity. Energy is a lot like a retirement account, members. You diversify, you have multiple different sources as your quote-unquote investments. So it's not all nuclear, it's not all wind, it's not all solar, it's not all coal, natural gas, hydro, but together, collectively, they give you a very good balanced energy portfolio. And that is what this amendment would do by lifting the cap on the nuclear discussions and being able to build here in Minnesota. And without doing this today, this amendment, we will not be able to build in Minnesota. We will not be able to foster those discussions because all of those discussions will be hamstrung because the regulators would continue to have to say no unless we open it up here in Minnesota to have those discussions. So they could actually build if there's something that makes sense. And if we're going to be serious about carbon-free energy by 2040, the blackout bill that the Democrats pushed through 2 years ago, which is going to create more and more problems every year we get closer to it. But when you're digging a hole, members, the best thing to do is to stop digging. And what the Democrats are doing is continuing to dig us in a hole, keep the handcuffs on all the clean energy options like nuclear, and with a wing and a prayer, hoping by 2040 we don't have blackouts. Last week we saw the Democrats unilaterally vote against free energy, otherwise known as hydropower. For some reason, that's not clean enough or good enough to be renewable energy in Minnesota if it's over a certain amount of megawatts. And today we're hearing the same fancy dance talking about why we shouldn't lift the moratorium on nuclear energy discussions and building in Minnesota. Our opportunity is right now to bring common sense energy sources like hydro, like nuclear, and other types of carbon-free, reliable baseload energy that's very affordable. And yet we're hearing the Democrats continually argue to vote against these common sense ideas. Members, this is another no-brainer, just like hydro was last week as the amendment was brought forward. And I urge us to show some common sense here for Minnesotans. Vote green on this amendment.
Senator Matthews, you have the last voice we will hear before we vote on your A17 amendment. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've gone over the reasons on this floor for a number of years. Mr. President, some of the members of the majority have voted for lifting the nuclear moratorium. I could name names of those who have supported it before. Other members have come up to me privately and quietly and said, hey, Senator Matthews, I know that you're doing the right thing, and I do know that we need to get the moratorium lifted. I could name those names too. Mr. President, this is clear. This is clearly something that the majority of this body and I believe the majority of Minnesotans support if we weren't shackled by partisan boundaries right now. We have passed this off of the floor just last year. And yes, we're continuing to work out with some of the entities that have some concerns with this. It's amazing to see that the author of the bill stand up and talk about this standard that he self-imposed on himself this year with the tribe and with XL Energy. And in no way did he ever impose that same standard on the blackout bill when he forced that through just a couple of years ago. That was going through regardless of what anyone said or saw, or no matter what the direct impacts were. And this is where Minnesotans distrust the political system and distrust their leaders when they continually dance around and apply one standard one way and another standard a different way, or you base your decision based on whether it's your party doing something, then it's good, you support it. When it's the other party doing it, it's bad, we can't do that, we reject it. This has been something that I've been pretty clear on and pretty consistent on all the way along. I've had Democrat support to get the nuclear moratorium lifted in previous years. And it's high time we do it if you actually want to be serious about helping Minnesota reach the clean energy standard that you imposed on Minnesota. Members, please vote yes on lifting the nuclear moratorium.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A-17 Matthews Amendment. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
And Senator Latz votes no.
And Senator Latz votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Limmer votes aye.
And Senator Limmer votes aye.
I beg your pardon, Mr. President.
Senator Kunesh.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 35 nays, the A-17 Matthews Amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to tell you a little story. It was a peaceful day of fishing on the Mississippi River. Specifically, and some bird watching was going on, and board, Jerry Newton tossed some beef jerky into a flock of geese by this Coon Rapids Dam. It was a big mistake because one of the goose came by. Pretty soon there was a whole bunch surrounding former Senator Jerry Newton, and they came the aggressive honker they called Sergeant Honk. Well, I'm going to just be real cut to the chase. Sergeant Honk still exists in the Coon Rapids Dam. And Sergeant Honk, the goose, wanted us to make sure that we talked about the importance of hydroelectricity. So with that, Mr. President, I present the A50.
Senator Hoffman offers the A-50 amendment. The Secretary will report the A-50 amendment.
Senator Hoffman moves to amend House File Number 2442, the unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 20, after line 1, insert. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Hoffman to your A50 amendment.
Mr. President, years ago, the Coon Rapids Dam actually used to have enough energy from the water that it lighted up many properties along the Mississippi River. Did you know that there's more per capita people that live on the Mississippi River along that 7-mile stretch than anywhere else along the 72-mile national park of the Mississippi River, Mr. President? And on that, there's a project that our Senator Jerry Newton from the area wanted to do, was to reclaim that Coon Rapids Dam as hydroelectric. Why that's important to note, the Coon Rapids Dam is actually used as resistance to any invasive carp coming up there that could get its way up to, I don't know, the Rum River or the Crow River. And the Rum River, of course, goes by the good senator from Anoka, because if I said his name, Senator Abler, oops, I mentioned his name, that means he probably would like to speak on this amendment, Mr. President. But that Rum River runs all the way up to Mille Lacs, so everybody gets touched by the river. And one thing that remains is there's a project in one of the bays. There are like 8, 9, 10 bays along this Coon Rapids Dam, and there's only allowed to do one bay can be converted for hydroelectric because of this cap. I'm not talking about capping anything, folks. All I'm talking about is, can we go back to giving the city of Coon Rapids the authorization to use full hydroelectric capabilities within reason? And with that, Mr. President, I would hope that people do this on behalf of Sergeant Honk, the myth of Sergeant Honk along the Coon Rapids Dam, and former Senator Jerry Newton.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request a roll call, and would just say thank you to the good senator from Champlin. Appreciate this. Certainly appreciate the reference to our former colleague, Senator Jerry Newton. However, Mr. President, given the federal implications, given the licensing, I'll be a no vote on the amendment. Would recommend members vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Hoffman.
Any more questions at all, Mr. President? I think the good senator from Anoka, although I'm not able to yield to him, they have to ask the yield.
Let me go to Senator
They come back to me.
You were standing. That's why I said something. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Many of us are confused by Senator Hoffman's posture on the floor from time to time, so I totally get that. Is it my turn now? Anyway, Mr. President, to the amendment, they actually used to have power generation at the Coon Rapids Dam. It was NSP, and they had a little house there, and it made sense. And I don't want to re-engage in the whole hydro discussion, Mr. President. Maybe you would like to. It was kind of an interesting discussion. A lot of strong opinions, forceful statements. But this is just like, this dam exists, and to electrify this isn't going to flood anybody who was already, there's cofferdams and there's riprap along the river, and not one more drop of water is going to go on somebody's lawn. But I do think that some of these case-by-case existing dams do make sense. And I think to cut through all the, some of the politics and the challenges that this other amendment brings, that the other bigger thing brings. And so, you know, I have a feeling this amendment is not going to, I hope people vote for it today. But if it doesn't get approved, I hope that people don't think the reticence of the Senate to approve it today is any statement that Coon Rapids shouldn't be electrified. But Mr. President, also going forward to Senator Frentz and other people who are working on this topic, maybe if we, in a prospective way, look at case by case, how about this little dam, and I don't know if Granite Falls has power out there, but if it's not, why not? And like that, so Mr. President. So it's just, I think it's reasonable, and if the time is not for today, then please, let's get this actually worked out. I think it's a really, really good idea. Thank you.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. In light of that, the fact that here we're talking about Sergeant Honk, but we are talking about, this is serious stuff. And given the fact that we also want to do some serious stuff up the river on the Anoka part of the Rum River, I do have the folks have said to me that they would be more than willing to engage us because we see that the Coon Rapids Dam is absolutely an outlier on this. So they've said that they would like to engage Senator Abler and myself in conversations about how this could look. In the meantime, they will get the 1 bay done, but I think we can put this off and have a conversation next year on that. I appreciate that. That's what it took. That's what it took. So with that, I withdraw the amendment.
The 850 has been withdrawn. Any other amendment? Seeing none, the secretary. Oh, I'm sorry. I had you down on my list, and I almost forgot you. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I know there's been a lot of discussion today. I would like to introduce the A5 amendment.
Senator McEwen offers the A5 amendment. The secretary will report the A5 amendment.
Senator McEwen moves to amend House File Number 2442, the unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 12, delete Section 5. This is the A5 amendment.
Senator McEwen to the A5, your A5 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A5 amendment would remove the provision in the Energy Omnibus Bill that is set to sunset the community solar program. I and many of our colleagues here in this chamber have had an outpouring of reach out from our constituencies, wondering why in the world we would consider sunsetting this very successful program. Many Minnesotans throughout the state have come to rely on this. It's been an excellent way to develop solar in our state. And, Mr. President, I believe that the inclusion of the sunset in this bill really belies some of the testimony that we did here in the Energy Committee. And I just wanted to, for the record, make sure that we understood as a body that a number of testifiers spoke to the fact that we had just made some changes to address cost concerns back in 2023 to the community solar program, and that the new program that we instituted was geared toward making sure low and moderate income Minnesotans were able to access this program, and that new program has barely gotten off the ground. So a lot of the testimony that we heard in committee in support of the sunset was based on information that pertained really to the old program, not the new one that had been instituted in 2023. So there have already been, through that 2023 legislation, comprehensive reforms to address costs, impacts on other ratepayers, to provide a cap for the program, and to address a myriad of other stakeholder issues. So those changes that occurred in 2023 were stakeholdered over a period of years. And we really want to see that be able to develop and see the fruits of that. One of the things that we heard in testimony as the sunset moved through, the proposal to sunset moved through, was information from our own Department of Commerce that did conduct an independent study on the program, on community solar and the effect of the new program, and provided a letter in testimony. And in part of that letter, it stated that sunsetting this new low to moderate income community solar program, which specifically works to channel benefits to those low and moderate income participants, is both premature and will slow down the growth of solar power generation in Minnesota at a time when carbon-free energy is urgently needed to reduce our emissions and decrease energy costs for Minnesotans. When we have inequity and a lack of access across economic abilities in Minnesota, that damages our clean energy transition and the ability of low and moderate income Minnesotans and renters to participate in our transition at a moment, again, when we need more rather than less solar. And we really don't know what we're going to be facing here in this next year and a couple of years at the federal level. So this policy instability of having made these major changes and then just right after that, not really seeing the fruits of them and sunsetting prematurely the program leads to policy instability. We would be revoking what is meant to be a stable, long-term program just so soon after those 2023 reforms. And that damages Minnesota's reputation as a place to do business and puts at risk investments already made and in progress in green energy in our state. This would also make Minnesota a less stable business and regulatory environment for all clean energy investments. And just real briefly, the study that was conducted found that the community solar program is expected to deliver net benefits of $2.92 billion to Minnesota and $1.67 billion to community solar developers. So this is just, it would be such a huge loss for our state, Mr. President and colleagues, if we sunset this program. I wanted an opportunity to speak to this because so many Minnesotans have reached out to us, Mr. President, but I also am keenly aware that the lead author of the Energy Omnibus bill that's before us right now has painstakingly worked to craft a type of compromise to be able to move the bill forward as it is. I respect that very much, and I want to respect the author's request to move the bill forward as is. So having offered the A5 amendment and having had a moment to express the concerns about this particular provision, I would now like to withdraw the A5 amendment, Mr. President.
The A5 is withdrawn. Any other amendments? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File 2442, a bill for an act relating to energy, establishing a budget for energy, transmission, petroleum, and renewable energy purposes.
Third reading. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there's a provision in the bill having to do with securitization in the case of extreme events. I have had expressed some concerns about that as this proposal has moved its way along, I believe that my concerns have been addressed by the language of the bill and the proposal that's brought to this omnibus bill by Senator Zhang. But just to establish the record and establish legislative intent, should anyone be looking back to try to figure out the reasons why we have this proposal, Mr. President, I was wondering if Senator Zhang would yield. Senator, I was hoping, Mr. President, that Senator Zhang could yield.
Senator Zhang will yield, he will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Zhang, as you're aware from the hearings on your proposal, and I believe the key proponent is CenterPoint Energy on extreme event securitization. My concerns were around how securitization has been used in other places. I worry about whether or not securitization might be an escape hatch and maybe provide some ability or some incentive for CenterPoint or other utilities who take advantage of this opportunity to avoid doing some of the things that they should do to maybe not have to reach for this tool in the event of an extreme event. Likewise, we've seen in other states securitization used by utilities as a way to offload, even make money from stranded assets as particular assets either age and become obsolete or as their energy profile changes with the advent of green technology and the like. So I have a couple of questions, hoping that you can respond. My first question is the terms prudent and reasonable and actual reasonable and prudent costs incurred and just and reasonable and consistent with the public interest are sprinkled throughout the language of this provision. So are these directions intended to give the PUC the policy directive so that a utility cannot reach for this remedy when they haven't engaged in sufficient planning to avoid or offset or mitigate an extraordinary event such as hedging on fuel costs so that they're not exposed to an extremely distorted spot market, which of course happened with the Texas deep freeze situation, or they haven't sufficiently strengthened or hardened their own infrastructure to minimize a natural or man-made calamity of some sort.
Senator Young to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Dibble, for working with me on this. Yes, this language is intended to ensure that the utilities have done everything they can ahead of time to avoid exposure to the type of situations and circumstances that you mentioned.
Mr. President.
Senator Dibble.
If Senator Zhang would yield for another inquiry.
He will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Similarly, could the PUC find that simply replacing a facility through this financing just because it was destroyed unexpectedly is not the best idea from a public interest or cost, reliability, environmental perspective, but they could direct them to replace it with something better?
Senator Zhang to the question. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Dibble. The PUC would have to make specific findings under Subdivision 2 to justify replacing the facility. The language under Subdivision 2 requires the PUC to find that all those things are true.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Zhang.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President, members. Yeah, I rise up opposing this bill, and I'm going to have to vote no. Encourage members to vote no. Send it back till we get an energy bill that actually helps Minnesotans and isn't a transfer of wealth from the poor unto the rich, which is what this bill is going to do. It's just going to further what has already been done. Second thing is if Senator Frentz would yield for a question.
Senator Frentz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Frentz. You know, I know there was a bill introduced, according to staff, this session about putting money aside to clean up the environmental disaster of windmills and solar gardens when their life expectancy is done. Is there any fund available to individuals who get or co-ops that'll get stuck cleaning this mess up one day?
Senator Frentz to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Gruenhagen. I believe that provision is in the Senate Environment Bill and not in the Energy Bill.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Senator Frentz. Mr. President, if Senator Frentz would yield for another question.
Will you yield? He will yield. Senator Gruenhagen.
Is there any money available right now to help individuals co-ops clean up the residual of when a windmill goes kaput or when a solar garden quits working?
Senator Frentz, we are on final passage of House File 2442. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Gruenhagen. The contracts themselves are often incorporating the disposal cost into it. So typically a developer will say, allow us to put this up and we will take care of it at the end. Thank you, Senator Gruenhagen. Mr. President, there is no separate appropriation in the bill to allow for cleanup for wind and solar.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President, Senator Frentz. Here's why. I'm representing one of my constituents. I have a customer who he owns a farm, and he did not put up any windmills when the windmill people came around. But his neighbor did, okay? And his neighbor put up, I think, 3 or 4 of the windmills, and over half of them, I think 3 of them, went kaput. So then it was time to clean up. So he contacted the company that put them up, and they took the windmill down. But guess what? There's nothing in the contract to take the cement base out of the ground. It's too expensive. So they took the windmill down, but they left the cement base in the middle of the farm field. So now he's stuck with the cement base that he has to go around to farm his land. And his only alternative is a lawsuit against the company. So these contracts evidently have loopholes in them that is going to leave the landowner or the co-op stuck with the cleanup. And we're not putting any money aside to clean this up. And by the way, members, look at most of the windmill is not recyclable. The solar panels have harsh chemicals in them. This is going to be the biggest environmental disaster in the history of the state of Minnesota. And guess who's going to get stuck paying for it? Minnesota ratepayers. That's what you're doing. And you're doing it with non-base load electricity. When we had that polar vortex back in 2019, the Star Tribune had an article, which I saved, by the way. It said that we need base load electricity because during that polar vortex, only 4% of the electricity in the state of Minnesota was from alternatives, solar and wind, 4% members. So I hope you take the suggestion from Senator Rarick that you volunteered to disconnect at the worst possible times of weather in the state of Minnesota, rather than see people die or freeze to death when they can't get the electricity they need. On top of that, members, when we were in the Energy Committee, 36% of Minnesotans cannot afford or barely afford their energy bills. 36%. Members, this has been an escalating percentage. 25 years ago, according to what I looked up, it was like under 10%. Today, we're at 36%. That's only 14% from 50% of the people in the state of Minnesota cannot afford their electric bills. This is nonsense. You know, when I built my house in 1983 out in the country, my goal was to keep my electric bill under $100 a month. 2 months ago, my bill, now I added some stuff. I could see it going up to $200 a month. But 2 months ago, I got my bill. It was $511 a month for 1 month. And all I've got is a house and an outside shed and a few other things. This is insanity. And by the way, we are in a CO2 drought. You know, I'll just give you one example. I hope most of you believe in dinosaurs. I believe in dinosaurs. Do you think it was much warmer back then or much colder? In fact, the Arctic even had vegetation, and the Antarctic in some geological studies. So we're a long ways away from having any problems with CO2. Without CO2, you're not going to have green trees, green grass, or green flowers. It is not a pollutant.
Senator Gruenhagen, I just want to remind you that we're on final passage of this bill, and it just feels like you're going a little far away from what is before the body.
Yeah. Well, all I can say is the Green New Deal, which is the Green New Deal, I've waited for over 20 years for a president who calls it a scam. It's an anti-science scam that's a tax-sucking scam by scientists who get tax subsidies to come up with evidence to support this godless nonsense. You're destroying this state, you're destroying our businesses, and you're artificially inflating the cost of electricity, and you're hurting the poor and the fixed income the most. Come to your senses. This is a bunch of godless anti-science nonsense. When you give millions of dollars to scientists, guess what they come up with? The political agenda that you want. Do your research. Even Stanford, their science department had a huge article that said government subsidies have corrupted the scientific method. You're hurting your constituents, and we're going to pay the price with businesses and others leaving this state. Please vote no on this scam. Thank you.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's going to be a little tough to follow. But I'm going to dive back into some of the solar issues that we have, and because I've been looking into this, and we are going down a road that's going to be irreversible. With we talked a little bit about the solar gardens, but just for everybody's information, I'm just going to give you some information here from some studies that have been done over the last few years, because solar farms have actually been in existence for a while. It's not that they popped up in the last 2 years or so, but they have been increasing dramatically. And the fact is that the solar gardens or farms, however you want to put it, that are planned in the planning process right now are scheduled to take up 83% of them will be on farmland, agricultural land, and more than half of that is nationally significant land. And so you're looking at taking this land out of production, which in itself is going to be devastating to us. But we're not looking at the environmental concerns around that. For a while, it was thought that you could put the solar farms there, and when you were done with the solar farm, you could remove them and then use the land for agriculture again. Turns out that that's not the case. It's not the case. The stuff that's leaching off of these solar panels, even if they don't get broken, and we'll talk about that in a second, contains lead and cadmium.
And the solar farms, when they're there, they also compact the soil. They're killing vegetation. They're affecting drainage. And so we're getting a lot more runoff from the stuff that's even leaching off of these solar panels. And another study that came out, I don't have that one up here, but I'll go from memory. If these things get damaged and these shards get into the ground, they don't come out. You know, we hear a lot about how plastic is damaging to us and plastic is going to destroy our environment. Well, here we are. We're putting it all over our farm fields. And even if it's not in the farm fields, wherever it is, you're destroying the landscape. And so what that means is with these shards there, they've gotten pictures and evidence now that if you're growing potatoes, for instance, these shards of glass are even in the potato and in whatever else is growing there. As far as grazing, you're not going to be able to graze that anymore. If it's in the wildlife, it's going to affect anybody that eats that grass in the wildlife. So you talk about environmental concerns, we've got them. In Indiana now, it looks like they're going to stop putting solar gardens on farmland because it's destroying the farmland in all these different ways I talked about. But that still doesn't correct the effects on not farmland, because we still have grazing on agricultural land and we still have grazing of animals on more wildlife land. If we don't start to address these issues now, we don't even know how many decades it's going to take before this land becomes usable again. And so I'm thinking, you know, we're looking at this bill. Every protection we tried to put in it, every amendment we tried to put on it was stripped off. We've got a bill that does nothing good for the environment. It simply continues down the path that's not workable. I would suggest that we do not pass this bill today and go back and start over. Thank you.
Last two speakers, did you want to say something? It will be Senator Rarick, and then after Senator Rarick is going to be, okay. Senator Pratt. Well, let's start with Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know what? We had a bipartisan bill that came out of the Energy Committee. One that I believe would likely have received right around 50 votes here in this chamber. But I can't help but hearken back to a year ago when we had a permitting reform bill moving through the process. One that wasn't receiving much support from far-left environmentalists. But rather than working in a bipartisan way and relying on the fact that Republicans could support permitting reform if we could expand it into other areas that are begging for it, instead, we took that bill all the way to the far left to make sure it had that support to move forward. That's exactly what I see here again today. Are there things in this bill that I don't like, that I would have been willing to accept? Absolutely. And that's the way this place is supposed to work. The provisions that we offered as amendments had been supported, and I believe are the right things for Minnesota's energy policy, and had very, very bipartisan support. I said earlier, I believe that the RDA, that money should be being used to help bring new technologies to market, not fund little projects here and there around the state. This bill has some of these little projects being funded. I was willing to accept that for the policy provisions that we were offering. We are facing a $6 billion deficit out in the future. after having seen a nearly 40% increase to state agencies. In this bill, we are seeing yet a further increase to state agencies. I want to see them have to tighten their belts like everybody else is to deal with this $6 billion deficit. But I was willing to accept this increase for the policy provisions that were in the bill. That's compromise. That's how we're supposed to work. That's not what's happening. You know what else isn't in the bill? The nuclear moratorium, dealing with that. No other permitting reform. These are things that could be compromises, that could be the correct thing for Minnesota's energy policy. Things that should be the Senate position as we move to conference committee. But that's not what we have here, Mr. President. The compromises, the things that could make this very, very bipartisan have been removed. You know, I was sitting here contemplating actually voting for the A5 amendment. If we're going to make this acceptable to the far left environmentalists, let's go all the way. Why not? Without the provisions that were in this bill coming out of committee, Mr. President, this isn't the right bill for Minnesota. I cannot vote for it today. I was excited thinking I was going to be voting for an energy bill this year that would help us move forward. And unfortunately, I cannot vote red.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I'm a little surprised by what happened here today. You know, there was a comment made earlier that I agree with, that we should be passing good policy for Minnesotans. Folks in my district want us to work together. Folks in my district want us to do common sense things. We had a bipartisan bill that could have passed with votes from both sides of the aisle and may have had opposition from both sides of the aisle. Instead, we've been told the path to a bipartisan energy bill is to strip out all the parts that we worked on together and get 34 Democratic votes. I don't know about you, Mr. President, but that doesn't fit the level of common sense that the people in my district would expect. I appreciate the common sense provision in this bill, though, that helps a biomass producer in Shakopee burn emerald ash borer infected wood and generate electricity. Mr. President, that's a win-win solution and is a positive outcome for a terrible infestation. But Mr. President, we failed on so many common sense reforms. We failed to adopt lifting the nuclear moratorium, which would not have built a nuclear power plant, but would have allowed us to at least discuss if a nuclear plant would be a good solution for us as a source of clean, carbon-free baseload power. We failed. We took out of this bill common sense net metering reform that, even as we were discussing it today, would have helped keep electric rates affordable for Minnesota families. We failed to lift the cap on hydropower, another source of clean baseload power that is relatively cheap and an artificial barrier for us in achieving our energy goals. And I'm disappointed that we stripped out a provision that passed last week on using wood waste as a source of biomass power up north, an amendment that passed with bipartisan votes, we took that out today. Our energy policy should be about more. The demand for electricity is increasing every single year. And instead, we continue to limit how and how much power we can generate. Mr. President, our energy policy is the backbone of our economy. As I've gone across the state and talked to employers, the one thing that I hear consistently is we need affordable and reliable electricity. We had an option to do that in a bipartisan way. We had a great bill coming out of the Energy Committee, and I wanted to applaud the work that was done. But instead, we're going to have a partisan bill that fails on so many key provisions that would have helped us keep electricity affordable. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, members, we're going to go to Senator Matthews and then Senator Frentz, and then we'll end with Senator Johnson. Okay? That would be the order. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I said on Friday, I again want to thank our staff that help us so much. The majority named off many of their staff, which I do appreciate, and then I want to highlight Mr. Noonan and Mr. Exley on our side that help the GOP members extensively on this committee. Members, we had the opportunity to pass a good bill off the Senate floor. Up until a couple of weeks ago, I was anticipating that the bill as it came out of committee, I would be voting for on the Senate floor and bring a strong position into conference committee to see if we could get some of these good policies through for the people of Minnesota. Unfortunately, we had the same story play out as we had in previous years. Something was different, though, this year. Last year, we got a whole bunch of Republican amendments added on the floor for the energy bill, and then it just all disappeared in conference committee and got stripped back to a bare-bones, hyper-partisan bill when it came back. This year, those provisions didn't even make it to the Senate floor. They didn't even make it from the Energy Committee to the next committee stop that it needed to do in Finance, because the majority decided to take it behind closed doors, work out this agreement that we've been hearing about that demanded all members to support the agenda of just a few. And so for all the bipartisan talk that we had throughout this session again, and we had a lot of it in the Energy Committee, it turned out to just be that, just talk. Walking the walk did not match talking the talk by members of the majority here in this committee. I again reiterate that it's interesting to me how not one reduction was made to any state agency in this bill from anything that they or the governor asked for, despite the fact that Minnesotans are being asked to tighten their belts and help accommodate the impending $6 billion deficit that we have after the spending spree of the last few years. And the policy that remains in here does absolutely nothing to counteract the last couple of years of overwhelming bad policy that has been pushed off of this floor. Let me go over again what we had in this bill. We had the needed net metering reforms to reduce costs, to have customers in service territories paying the lower price for solar rather than a mandated highest possible price for solar in the bill. We had the B100 language to open up new opportunities for more renewable sources of fuel in our peaking plants. We had lifting of the hydro cap in order to let more hydroelectricity, which is completely clean under the standards set in state law, to let all of that energy be counted under the renewable cap. We had Senator Farnsworth's wood waste in here to allow our timber companies utilize wood waste instead of letting it decompose and put off even more carbon. But apparently the majority, by their actions today, want more carbon to be emitted into the atmosphere rather than take a common sense approach to allow this wood waste to be used and consumed in a wood facility. We had local control for our jurisdictions when it comes to solar planning and solar developing that was offered for this bill. And we had the nuclear moratorium, which continues to be the common sense solution to getting to being the biggest tool in the toolbox for meeting the 100% blackout bill standards that this majority passed. And the majority decided, after saying yes to most of these provisions in committee, decided to flip around and say no here on the Senate floor today. People are voting against the very provisions that they previously voted for just a few weeks ago. We have open talk now of agreements. Agreements made with who? Agreements made by a small minority behind closed doors that hold the power and want to control the power for everybody else. And it's amazing to me to see that this Senate is now run with a small minority controlling the majority. There's actually a word for that. If you go look up that definition in a dictionary, there's a very specific word of what that means when a small few elite control an entire majority. I'll let you do that for your own homework, members. So this bill is a giant swing and a miss. It turned from a bipartisan bill to a hyperpartisan bill. And so unfortunately, it's going to get the hyperpartisan bill treatment in conference committee. There's probably going to be even less that comes back in this bill. It will probably move even closer towards the other body, which basically only has budget-only provisions that are in the bill. And we swung and missed on a lot of good opportunities to advance policies that the bill author and members of the majority on the Energy Committee and many other members on the Senate floor know are good common sense provisions that we need to adopt. And instead, we decided to capitulate to some mythological agreement behind closed doors that the public doesn't have access to and assuade a minority few instead of allowing the majority to control the policy that comes off of the Senate floor. So I'm willing to continue to work with trying to see if we can improve this bill down the road, but today is one giant swing and a miss. And I'm going to be voting no on this energy bill, and I would urge my fellow colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. If you can agree on nothing else, you can agree on this. The Energy Committee members on both sides of the aisle know their stuff. They know their districts. They know why they vote yes and no. And Mr. President, that's what we want for all our committees. So thank you to the members. Again, thank you to our nonpartisan staff, to our partisan staff, to our pages, and everybody who helped put the Energy Omnibus together. I'll be voting yes on this bill, Mr. President, because I believe it gives us the best chance to pass policy and not separate out budget and policy, which was the opportunity we had. In particular, we're telling Minnesotans we're going to lower their electric costs. The provisions in here that sunset the Community Solar Garden program will do that. That alone would earn my yes vote on the bill. As for the budget, we did make a cut in weatherization, Mr. President, and we had a target that was a cut target, and that was the choice I made, and I stand by it as the chief author. I want to compliment Senator Farnsworth on his comment that the reason we are reconsidering the vote must be that we're going to put up 67. That is the tone that I find persuasive sometimes, Mr. President, and hope we stay positive. At the end of the day, members, we're asking the public, we're asking Minnesotans to come with us on our 100% by 2040 goals. Why? Because it's important to everybody who occupies this planet. This bill does that. Want to send it into conference and look forward to continued contributions from every member of this body. When I was a freshman, Mr. President, I had some friends across the aisle who talked to me about the gas tax. and said, well, of course I'd like to support a gas tax, but my caucus won't let me. And I said to myself, sometimes you stick with your team. And I didn't begrudge those members, including some chairs of some committees who did that. And I don't begrudge the yes and no votes today. With that, Mr. President, I ask for a yes vote. Appreciate the body's time. Thank you very much.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage of House File 2442. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Clark votes aye.
Senator Clark votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes aye.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbatim votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
And Senator Westland votes aye.
And Senator Westland votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Curran votes no.
And Senator Curran votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 36 ayes and 31 nays. The bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, before we go to the next bill, pursuant to Rule 12.5, Senator Dibble moved that the following members be excused for a conference committee on House File number 2438 at 1 p.m. Senators Dibble, Johnson Stewart, Jasinski, Carlson, and Clark. On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, pursuant to Rule 12.1, Senator Latz moved that the following members be excused for a conference committee on House File 2432 at 1 p.m. Senators Latz, Umu Verbatim, Seeberger, Westland, and Clark. On that motion, all in favor say aye. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, pursuant to Rule 12.5, Senator Fateh moved that the following members be excused for a conference committee on House File 2431 at 1 p.m. Senators Fateh, Putnam, and Duckworth. To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Kunesh.
Mr. President, I move that House File number 2563 be taken from the table, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. The Secretary will take the roll on the Kunesh motion to take House File number 2563 from the table. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Clark votes aye.
Senator Clark votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes aye.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Verbaden votes aye.
Senator Verbaden votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Seeberger votes aye.
Senator Westland votes aye.
Senator Westland votes aye.
And Senator Zhang votes aye.
And Senator Zhang votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Curran votes no.
And Senator Curran votes no. Senator Kunesh.
Mr. President, Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 35 ayes and 32 noes. The motion to remove the bill from the table prevails. Senator Kunesh to designate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bill be made special order for immediate consideration.
Thank you, Senator Kunesh. That's been House File number 2563. Senator Herr.
Mr. President, I have the A23 amendment.
Senator Herr offers the A23 amendment. The Secretary will report the A23 amendment.
Senator Herr moves to amend House File number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 53, delete Article 4 and insert. This is the A23 amendment.
Senator Herr to your A23 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Although this is a delete all for Article 4, the change is minor and just a few items. The first item is to expand grants to the Southeast Asian celebration and Vietnam War commemoration that we had lengthy discussion last week. And the other provision is to set a bar for to set a benchmark of 48% for grant to the underserved communities that also include disability communities as well, and place in a few, just couple numbers of policy initiative into the priority list. That's pretty basic. That's basically it. The reason is a delete all because number have to be moved around. So if we do just this 3 item alone, there will be intel, but so many other amendments that we passed last week. So the council told me that this is the easiest way to do is to do delete all, but mainly just the 3 points that I just mentioned that are changed. Thank you.
Senator Herr, are you requesting a roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. President, I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Herr yield for a question?
Senator Herr, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Herr, can you tell me where in the bill those changes are? It's going to be tough to try to get through that now and find those changes unless I know exactly where they're at in the bill.
Senator Herr to the question.
Thank you, Senator Green and Mr. President. The change for the 50-year commemoration and Southeast Asian celebration is on page 8, line 8.24 to line 911, and then the priorities of the prioritize the underserved and setting benchmark is on page. Is on page 20. on page 18 to 20.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought there were three that he said. I have only heard two.
Senator Herr.
Yes, there are 18 to 20 include both of them, both 2 and 3.
Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Senator Herr sharing the amendment with me beforehand and some of the changes that would be made. As he mentioned, there is a significant amount of money going to Southeast Asian community grants through the Historical Society. Mr. President, we spent over $750,000 in those grants last biennium. And so with that, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A34 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A34 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A34 amendment to the amendment. If you give us just a moment, just so we can make sure everything is okay. Senator Pratt, what I've been told is that your amendment is drafted to the amendment as adopted, not drafted to the amendment pending. So we will probably have to wait until whatever's going to happen with the underlying A23.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll wait.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A23 amendment. Senator Kunich, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Clark votes aye.
Senator Clark votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes aye.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Uma Verbaden votes aye.
Senator Umu Verbaden votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
And Senator Zhang votes aye.
And Senator Zhang votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Curran votes no.
And Senator Curran votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 36 ayes and 31 nays, the A23 Her amendment is adopted. Now, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A34 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A34 amendment. The Secretary will report the A34 amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend the Her A23 amendment to House File Number 2563 as follows. Page 8, line 32, after the period, insert. This is the A34 amendment.
Senator Pratt, to your 834 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I mentioned before, the Minnesota Historical Center gave out several $100,000 in grants to communities to celebrate the 50th anniversary, commemorating the end of the Vietnam War and 50 years in Minnesota. This amendment just says that those groups that did not receive funding in the previous bill would receive priority this time, and I'm hoping Senator Hurd can accept it.
Senator Hurd to the 834 amendment.
Thank you, Senator Pratt, and that has been the intention for this appropriation as I work with Senator Paz. So yes, I accept that as a friendly amendment and I appreciate Senator Pratt for pointing this out so it could tighten the language and really specifies it. So I do accept that as a friendly amendment.
All in favor of the 834 say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The 834 Pratt amendment is adopted. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. For many years now, I've been looking through the legacy amendment, and when I first started doing it, no one else was looking at it. I mean, at the time, this bill had probably a little less than $500,000 in it, and that's changed considerably now, or excuse me, $500 million. Right now, if you add up both biennium years, we're looking at over $900 million in this account. And much of these programs and grants that are in this bill, we don't even know what they are till after they're voted on. And we get a small list with very little information as to what these grants go for. They used to be given out for like $800, $1,000. So, and when you get up to $3,000, that was a rare grant. Now it seems like with the increase in funding and also way less projects in here than there used to be, the average seems to be $10,000. And going through these projects, I guess, there's a lot of them in here that should be questioned. I brought up earlier when we talked about the bill that I know that there's $80,000 so far that has gone to an entity that is connected with the Chinese Communist government. Those things have to be looked at, and we need to find out where this money is going. And even though it's still going to be apportioned out before we know, we should have some reports back on this. So, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A24 amendment.
Senator Green offers the A23 amendment, 24 amendment. The Secretary will report the A24 amendment.
Senator Green moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 87 after line 11, insert. This is the A24 amendment. Senator Green to your A24 amendment.
Mr. President, the A24 amendment is simple, and this is something that should be being done already. It requires the people that have receiving the grants report back with a detailed breakdown of the description of how the grant money was spent, quantifiable information about the outcomes achieved by the grant, including estimate of number of Minnesotans impacted by the grant, an explanation of how the grant supported the arts education, and arts access to the preservation of Minnesota's history, and an explanation of how the recipient ensured that the grant will not be subject to waste, fraud, and abuse. And it also, there's a provision in here that says that we're going to withhold a small amount, 10% of the grant, which will be paid after that report has been brought in, so it can be examined to make sure that that grant money was spent in a proper way according to the rules of the Legacy Fund. That is the amendment, Mr. President. I would stand for questions if there are any, and I'd ask for a green vote, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Hurd to the the A24 Green Amendment.
Members, I ask that you all vote no with me on this amendment. There's a degree of legitimacy, and for the most part, the amendment itself, the agency and administrative agency and the bill itself already safeguard this and ask for report to a large degree. I would promise Senator Green to work during the summer if you want to incorporate this into my long-term formula, which accountability is very, very important. So I don't know the percentage of associated with the foreign state. I myself, as a result of a patriot to combat communism in the past, so but I just couldn't find the percentage in the association that he made there. But the amendment itself is not ready for prime time. I ask member to vote no.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we did a lot of great work in the Jobs Committee on transparency and ensuring that the funds that we are granting out are really meeting the underlying purpose, the reason why we've created these funds. And I appreciate Senator Green bringing the A24 amendment, because this builds upon that very foundation that we laid in the Jobs Committee. We've done some great work to stop and prevent fraud. We just last week passed a bipartisan Office of Inspector General bill that I think will add some teeth. And Mr. President, the people of Minnesota deserve to know how we are going to be spending these funds and the types of projects that are going to be worked on, and in fact, they meet the purpose and the objectives of the fund that we've created. I think this is a common sense amendment, Mr. President, and I request a yes vote.
Any other discussions before we go to Senator Green? Senator Green, you will be the last voice we hear before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just in response to Senator Herr's comments, this draft of this bill does go considerably further than what is in current law. Because right now we can get reports back from the entities that granted the money, but they are vague and incomplete. And what this does is says we want a report from the people that actually received the money. There's money in here, $10,000 for a professor to write her third book on poems. I wonder if that's really what people voted for. There is three individuals in here from the same family that got $10,000 apiece to do dance. I don't know that that's extremely fair to the people that were left out. And what do we get for that? I mean, where did they perform the dance? How many people were impacted? Did it really make a difference? We've got money in here that goes to promote the ethnicity of other countries. This is the Minnesota Legacy Act. And it was for Minnesotans to enhance the heritage and make sure that we carried this on from generation to generation so that people would know the history of Minnesota. Looking through these projects, that's not what I'm seeing. And so this is really, it doesn't really seem like it should be too much to ask for someone receiving $10,000, or these are just individuals. There's entities in here, individual, maybe nonprofit, maybe for-profit. And their grants go from $20,000, $15,000, all the way up into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Where'd they spend the money? Shouldn't we know? I mean, these numbers may not seem like a lot for the kind of money that we run through this place. But at the same token, when you look at the whole legacy bill as a total, which we'll be going through as we get on here, almost $1 billion. Shouldn't the people of Minnesota be able to at least go in and see where that money's spent? I don't think it's much to ask, and so I would ask for a green vote on the A24.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A24 Green Amendment. Senator Kunish, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Clark votes no.
Senator Clark votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Curran votes aye.
And Senator Curran votes aye. All senators having voted, who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A24 Green Amendment is not adopted. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. Every year in this bill, and I mean every year, the Legacy Amendment itself in whole comes forward every biennium, but the one portion of the bill that comes forth every year is the outdoor heritage portion. They get the money every year, so it's halved out per annually. And every year, another huge sections of land are purchased across Minnesota. If the state is going to acquire these lands in the long run, then payment in lieu of taxes is supposed to be paid. But if the federal government gets it, there is no payment in lieu of taxes and the counties suffer. This year, in the governor's proposals, he's proposed to cut the payment in lieu of taxes, or PILT, by 34%, and that's a modest number, because if you look at the increases that we're not getting, it's much more than that. Koochiching County, for instance, it's 34% of their budget comes from PILT because so much public land is owned up there. And so, Mr. President, I would like to offer the A30 amendment.
Senator Green offers the A30 amendment. The Secretary will report the A30 amendment.
Senator Green moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 26, after line 4, insert. This is the A30 amendment.
Senator Green, on your A30 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. For many years since I've been here, in fact, we have been making an attempt at the money that comes out of the Lessard-Sams portion of this money, have a set aside in there to pay the property taxes for the land that's taken off the tax rolls. And the A30 amendment is attempting to do that. And this particular bill just deals with the state agencies. There's other issues we'll deal with on some other amendments. But what this says is that if a state agency is going to purchase land inside a county, and it's going to affect the property taxes of that county, that they must enter into an agreement, and the county must agree to say that we agree to sell this land. Because we're looking at counties, in particular in my area, that are only maybe 13% taxable. So none of the other services goes away. They still have to provide the roads. They still have to supply security, safety in many different levels, health and human services, school districts. And every time this land comes off the property tax rolls, it harms these counties. And they're at their wits' end. And once again, if the PILT payment goes away, the way it's been suggested here in this year, these counties will, in all likelihood, be bankrupt. And so this bill simply says that if the state, if they're going to buy property, they have to go to the county. The county board would have to give approval to that. And I'm going to address something now before it comes up. I hear this all the time. I've heard it for many years from both sides of the aisle. Willing buyer, willing seller. How do you stop that? But that's not what this is about, and it never has been what this is about. As we're going to see shortly, there's projects in here where the state is giving out money and they're paying $9,000 an acre for land. How does any private person compete with that? The state has unlimited funds. They're only supposed to pay a certain amount over this appraised value, but they get around that by using non-government entities, nonprofits. And they're outbidding people on a private level to get this land into the state. So it's not a matter of a willing buyer, willing seller. It's a matter of should the state be the willing buyer. If anybody in this room, Senator Nelson, if Senator Nelson had land for sale, and she can certainly sell that land to whoever she wants. But if she wanted to sell it to me and I say I don't want to buy it, she can't force me to buy it. We have a fiduciary duty to the people of Minnesota to use their funds and their tax dollars responsibly. And continuing to buy land that we know that the state can't afford to manage as it is right now, and that's from everything from the water to the weeds on this property, is not being managed properly. The county should be able to have some say in that and say, we have to be made whole. We still have to provide services to the people of Minnesota. And so the A30 amendment makes an attempt at that. I think it's a good amendment, and I would ask for a green vote.
Senator Hurd.
Mr. President, I ask members to vote no on this amendment. First of all, we haven't checked with outdoor heritage on how to align and how for the practical reason. Second is that this amendment is in regard to taxes. So should this amendment be sufficed, or should we make such amendment, it should go to the tax committee first. Thank you.
Senator Nelson. Members, we're on the A30 amendment. All comments should be directed to what's before the body.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I stand in favor of the A30 amendment. And I would ask that you just think about the numbers yourself. In other words, as I was reading through the bill and looking at the bill language, I kept noticing that using the legacy funds, using the funds or the outdoor heritage funds to restore land. That's a great thing. And it talks about how much we're paying to restore that land and how many acres it is. And then there's other projects where we are enhancing the land, another good thing to do, and how many acres there are and what we are paying for that. And those two categories, I was going through and marking all of those as pluses, smiley faces. Those are good things. But then I was running into areas that caused me concern as I was reading through the bill, and I would encourage you to look at the bill language. Suddenly, I was reading lots of things about to acquire the land, to acquire the land. And that could be whether there were PILT payments attached to it already or no PILT payments, or it could be to acquire an easement for perpetual conservation. And well, I think that's a good thing too. But the challenge is whether these acquired properties in the bill before us have PILT payment or not, or whether they're acquired easements. There is one thing that is in common with all three of those things, and that is the land is taken off the tax rolls. And I remember as tax chair being astounded at how much land was being taken off the tax rolls, and of course then those people were coming to this tax committee to say, well, our county governments cannot survive with all this land being taken off the property tax rolls. And we need to have payment in lieu of taxes instead, PILT payments. And I think it's unfortunate that the cost of taking the land by acquiring it from private property owners is really not even accounted for in this bill when it comes to how it affects property taxes. So I think this is a good amendment. I encourage a green vote.
Senator Nelson, you asked for a green vote. Are you asking for a roll call? Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to Senator Green before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Green, and then we're going to vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that Senator Hurd doesn't seem to like this amendment, but I'm not really sure why. But he did bring up a point that I've been trying to talk about for many years, too, in that no one has asked the Outdoor Heritage Council what they think of this. Well, the Outdoor Heritage Council doesn't come to us and ask us what we think of these things before they put them in there. They are recommendations from the council. There's probably a couple people on that council that have election certificates, but for the most part, they're appointed people. We have the election certificates. We make the choices right here. So it's like asking an agency, what do you think about this bill? Should we pass it or not? The agencies and the councils, whether it's Lessard Sams, arts councils, they come to us to get approval for the things that they want to do. That's how it works. And so it's kind of a non-starter on that argument. If we're going to be looking after the land, if you look at some of the stuff that Senator Nelson brought up, and what's the best use for this money? We have $15 million to restore 6,000 acres, $22,500,000 to acquire this for the state to acquire only 2,500 acres, and $16 million to acquire 4,000 acres for the federal government. No pilt on that. But if you want to protect something, or in enhancing, we have $52 million in here, but for that $52 million, we can enhance 106,000 acres. If we're going to be spending money on land, on Minnesota land, and we know for a fact that the Department of Natural Resources and other entities, I won't pick on only them, can't keep up with managing the land that they have, then the best use for this money would be to work on enhancements. And this is only the first step, so I'd ask for a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A30 Green Amendment. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Clark votes no.
Senator Clark votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Curran votes aye.
And Senator Curran votes aye. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A30 Green Amendment is not adopted. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Every piece of legislation has highlights. And, and Mr. President, this bill would even be, I mean, just so much more amazing if this particular highlight could be added in, and not to even be facetious. I'm going to move the A27 amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Abler offers the A27 amendment. The secretary will report the A27 Abler amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 18, line 23, delete 12,642,000. This is the A27 amendment.
Senator Abler to your A27 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Until about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I never heard of a spongy moth. We have those. They used to be called the gypsy moth, and it got changed by the feds to this name, and so it'd be interesting to understand how that name change came about. But nonetheless, now there are spongy moths, and they are infecting 3 main areas of Minnesota, Coon Rapids, Winona, and the Fond du Lac Reservation. And so you're like, well, what do I care about those places? Well, the spongy moth will actually kill adult trees by infestation of their larvae. That strips the leaves and the bark, and pretty soon you have a dead tree. And so, just in terms of pragmatism, Mr. President, dead trees are expensive to remove. And isn't that too bad? Like all this stuff we do. Well, what's it cost to drag away a dead tree? And by the way, there's no place to put any of these dead trees anymore. And maybe we should burn them. I don't know. That was a discussion earlier. But anyway, so unfortunately, through some of the federal changes, there was not the money available this spring to do the larval work to try to handle the mating habits of a spongy moth, which, Mr. President, I do not propose to get into on the floor because I don't know what they are, but that'd be an interesting discussion as well for the science students out there. Something called BLK, it uses some kind of bacteria and something or other. And so we're trying to slow the growth. But, and so I don't see Senator Putnam on the floor, but I found out this is in the Ag Committee, not in the Environment Committee. And so I wish I would have known that earlier. I would have brought a bill to try to get some money to deal with this. And this is absolutely the kind of thing you pay now or you pay later. And so you live in Kennebec County or you know, down in southwest Minnesota. What do I care about spongy moths? Well, Mr. President, they're coming your way. And if you remember ash borer and all those other things that we tried to find a way to reconcile, this is actually in a place where it can still be sort of contained. And so the point of the amendment is to actually try to get some money into the hands of the Ag Department and continue the work that was interrupted. And so it's called the attention of the committee and of the body as a whole. So thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hear what Senator Hur thinks about this.
Senator Hur to the A27 Abler amendment.
Thank you, Senator Abler, for bringing us to the attention of spongy moth. And I also just recently learned the name itself, too. So this is something very fresh, new to us, although it may create further haphazardness to our state, environmentally and agriculturally. But it's not ready for now to be accepted, so I ask members to vote no. And also the directive of this to the Commissioner of Agriculture, probably not under the jurisdiction of Legacy, but I promise to work with you during interim on this issue and perhaps bring attention to the outdoor heritage, or also encourage you to look at LCCMR as well. This is a supplanting request, and so if we didn't have federal cutback, perhaps we already have funding toward this issue that not necessarily looking to Legacy. So, member, I reiterate my vote no for Senator Abler.
Senator Abler, excuse me.
And roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wondering if Senator Abler would yield for a question.
Senator Abler, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler. I have not heard of this before, so I'm just wondering if you could spend just a few more minutes here. I am familiar with the emerald ash borer, and I've had to cut down some trees for that. I know it's hurting a lot of, I guess, areas around the state as the years have transpired here. But in terms of the gypsy moth or the spongy moth, how fast is this traveling? Where is it now? And what it says here that according to the amendment that you are seeking for the treatment, what exactly is the treatment? Is it killing the moth, or is it rendering it so that it can't procreate, or what exactly does the treatment mean, and where is it now in Minnesota, and how fast or how serious of a problem is this in terms of the damage that it's doing?
Senator Abler to the question.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And luckily for you, Mr. President, on this amendment, my knowledge base will be exhausted relatively soon on this topic. I was just made aware of it myself. But I actually got 4 emails from people in my district, like, spongy moth, down by Sand Creek, where the kids play sports, which I guess they'll be playing in the sun pretty soon. There won't be any shade left from these trees. I'm told that it travels 10 to 13 miles a year, and it's expanding out of these foci where they came, and I don't know how it got there. But it can be transported from firewood. So if you see an ad for free firewood in Coon Rapids in the Sand Creek neighborhood, maybe don't respond to that one, because if there's little larval holes and stuff there, I think that would not be a good bargain, and you're going to bring some spongy moths to Wright County, which would not be grateful. So they can, the moths actually can fly places, and the firewood, and part of the prevention is saying please be careful with what firewood you take. Thank you.
Any other discussions before we vote? Senator Abler, last statement before we vote?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the attention to this, and from what I can tell, this is the high water mark of attention to this topic in the Minnesota legislature, and it's totally appropriate that it happened in the Senate first, as we sound the alarm. And the reason I was hoping to get it in this bill was because there's some money, we can actually do something yet this year. It does deserve a bunch of attention in the Ag Committee, which I think they'll be interested in this topic. But Mr. President, if I can offer a thought to the bill, we're here because of some federal changes. Mr. President, I believe we are over-reliant on the feds. The free money falls out of the sky, it actually comes out of our neighbors' pockets and goes to Washington, and we want to get our fair share back. And so in program after program after program, like this program, Mr. President, that's in the amendment, we've relied on that, and we've made no provision for anything else to do about it. This is a big deal problem, and I talked to Commissioner Peterson today, and he's a really decent fellow, and I was grateful that he picked up the phone right away and told me what they're doing and sent me their little flyer on what they're doing across the state. And for those people in Winona and Fond du Lac area and Coon Rapids, I think this is there, but I think if you live anywhere near there, I think you want to worry about Andover, and you want to worry about, other areas. Hastings should be worried it's coming your way. But so as we try to rebuild the budget without some things that we had, I think we've forgotten that we have to prioritize the stuff we do have. I have no doubt there's plenty of money in the ag budget or the DNR budget or in some emergency fund that could have replaced this really big need. And unfortunately, that was not done. Mr. President, I want to thank Senator Herr for his attention to this. I'm not interested in getting a negative vote on this topic in the Senate. I'm frankly tired of all these partisan roll calls. This place works much better when we work together to get things done, and I tell that to both sides. This is the time of we want to be working together. I believe there would be strong will to work on this now if we could, but at least in the future we will. So with that, Mr. President, I would like to withdraw the amendment.
Senator Abel withdraws the 827 amendment. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next amendment I have is kind of along the same lines as the one we did, except it expands a little more, so I'd offer the A31 amendment.
Senator Green offers the A31 amendment. The Secretary will report the A31 amendment.
Senator Green moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 87 after line 11, insert. This is the A31 amendment.
Senator Green to your A31 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A31 amendment deals a lot with non-government entities. One of the things that I've seen over the years, and it seems to be increasing in amounts, is entities like Ducks Unlimited, Pheasants Forever. I know they seem to be popular around the state, but unfortunately what is happening with these entities is they've become an arm of the DNR. They're like a money laundering group for the DNR. Like I stated before, the state agencies are only allowed to pay, are supposed to only pay up to 10% above the appraised value. There's issues with that too, because now they're doing their own appraising, which pretty scary. But nevertheless, these entities, they don't pay taxes. They come in, they can bid up the prices, and at the end of the day, they collect money from the, in this case, the legacy, whatever one they're in. Just one example, and I've got many, but I'm just going to use one today, where Pheasants Forever is buying 528 acres of land. And when they're done with it, they're going to turn it over to the state. In the meantime, for their efforts here, they get to collect $155,000 in personnel and another $710,600 for contracts. So over $850,000 Pheasants Forever is getting out of the legacy fund to buy 528 acres, and hopefully we'll get pilt on that, but not all of it. And so what this does, this amendment does, it says that no person, agency, political subdivision, or any entity may acquire real property if the property is paid for in whole or in part by the state money, and if the acquisition will result in loss of tax revenue. And in this one, it would allow the county to actually put that on a ballot for the people in their county to see if they would be in favor of that or not. And so that is the amendment, and I would stand for questions and ask for a green vote, and I might as well ask for a roll call before someone else does.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Hurd to the A31 Green Amendment.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask Senator Green to yield.
Senator Green, will you yield? Senator Hurd, he will yield.
Senator Green, does this amendment and the language here, does it apply just to the legacy bill, or does it apply to all of our state fund and state jurisdiction?
Senator Green, specifically to that question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hurd, I had this amendment drafted, I believe, to the legacy amendment, but if it's not and it goes to the rest of the state, I'm okay with that too.
Senator Hurd.
So that's my hesitation, and it's questionable because if it go across the board to all state funds, and I would strongly urge no, even though to the legacy I still ask members to vote no. Thank you.
Any other discussion before we vote? Are you okay with this voting, or you have one last thing to say? Senator Green, and then we'll vote.
I just want to say that this is the last, I'd have more amendments, but this is the last one dealing with this. And at some point, we're going to have to get this under control. And it's not just a question of do I like this project, do I not like this project. I mean, I've talked to people on the Legacy Committee, I've talked to people on the LCCMR, and I go through all these books. And this is actually a small book compared to the LCCMR. And the people that say that they vet these projects, I don't think they go through the books to read actually what they're doing with this money and how it's being spent. How much goes to personnel out of these funds. And so eventually we're going to have to dig into this. It just has to stop. I mean, I'm going to be doing another amendment here, and I'll go into some of the reasons why I think we really need to look deeper into these as a legislature, instead of just relying on a commission or a committee that picks a project and says, here you go. And we don't vet them. I don't know if there's any other bills basically that spend this kind of money that even spend the little bit of time that we're spending on it here today. So I would ask for a green vote, and let's start making some substantive changes in the way we're spending money in Minnesota.
Mr. President.
Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a point of order under 35-2 germaneness. If you'll read the opening section of the amendment as offered, it applies to all agencies and creates certain prohibitions on all agencies in the state of Minnesota. We are debating the legacy bill and that jurisdiction of that bill. This would apply to the Department of Transportation, Department of Commerce, and every other department you can consider. It's out of order.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, the point of order is well taken. Senator Green, your next amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next amendment, I actually think I'm going to get some support for this one. I've talked to a lot of people. If you look through this book, and even the projects that come from the arts department, people come every year and get grants. Same people, same entities. And that's becoming a real problem. So, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A25.
Senator Green offers the A25 amendment. The Secretary will report the A25 amendment.
Senator Green moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 87, after line 11, insert. This is the A25 amendment.
Senator Green, to your A25 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is longer than it really has to be, so I'm just going to give you the abridged version of it. For the 4 entities that get money from the Legacy Fund, what this amendment would do is say we're going to stop all the repeat funding. Every year you see the same names, same entities that come back for more and more money, and it doesn't mean that they're having a different project. And I'll just give you a few examples here. And I'll pick on some NGOs, even though this is across the board. Keep in mind that the Legacy Amendment has been in place for 17 years. That's how long we've had this amendment. Pheasants Forever, their prairie chicken diversion. $3.4 million on Phase 11. Shallow Lakes, Ducks Unlimited, Phase 11, $5.7 million. Another Shallow Lake, Ducks Unlimited. A different project, I guess, because this one's Phase 14. Out of 17 years, Phase 14, $5.8 million to Ducks Unlimited. I hope we can get a report back and see what they did with that before they turned the land back over to the state. But there's another one here, accelerating the wildlife management area. Pheasants Forever. $5 million, Phase 17. They come back every year for the same project, $5 million. Another one, Pheasants Forever. Pheasants Forever gets a lot of money out of here. Accelerating the waterfowl production area acquisition program, $5.2 million, Phase 17. What my amendment does, Mr. President, it just says, if you've gotten money in the last 3 years, then you can't apply, or you can't apply. Excuse me, I said that wrong. If you've gotten money, you can't reapply for 3 years. And one of the reasons is there's a lot of people out there, I think, that would like to have access to some of these funds. But if we keep giving the same $5, $6, or more million every year to the same entity, how are they ever going to stand a chance? And so it's a simple bill. It simply puts a small requirement on the Legacy Amendment and across the board that says, maybe finish what you've got, let's get some reports back, and then come back for more money. So I'd ask for a green vote and a roll call on the A25 amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Hurd to the A25 Green Amendment.
Member, I'd like to ask that I'll vote no for this amendment as well. But I'd like to ask if Senator Green will yield.
Senator Green, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Hurd.
Senator Green, can you tell me if there's any other group than those you mentioned or you know of that had applied and did not receive any grant from Outdoor Heritage?
Senator Green, specifically to the question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I don't have the book in front of me of the people that applied. I wish that I did. I think that it's probably it obviously is way bigger than this. But I know that there's always way more applications than we do fund. And that's understandable because when you're giving away free money, a lot of people will apply. But I can go through the rest of them here that have come back every year. I mean, we got the Minnesota Land Trust, Great River Greening, Shell Rock River, Northern Waters Land Trust, and the DNR in particular too continues to come back for more every year. Minnesota Trout Unlimited, Audubon Society. It's just name after name after name that I've seen every year. Now, if they are the only people that are applying, that's one thing. But nevertheless, when you're up to phase 17 on your project, that kind of insinuates that maybe you're just never going to end that project. And if these entities can get $5 million a year for each project, and then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 projects just in these 2 entities that I named off, and the reason I named them is because the numbers were so big and that they are the ones that continually come back and come to mind. So, Senator Herr, I will tell you that I will go back and I'll look through the applications and I'll see if I can find anybody that hasn't applied or that has applied that hasn't gotten money. Thank you.
Senator Herr.
Thank you, Senator Green. Thank you, Mr. President. My source told me that we only had limited of applicants out there that apply to this. If we want to broaden the application, perhaps do we want to open up to out of state to apply? And they may be just a few that applicants that have been denied. Mainly, perhaps they may not have a well-developed plans, and I'll leave that to the Outdoor Heritage Committee, the LARSAM Outdoor Heritage Committees. And Senator Green, I know that you did mention about the different generation or different phase of the project. Each agency apply, like going to phase 3, phase 4, phase 5. That's what the Outdoor Heritage is for. Senator Lane and I serve in the Outdoor Heritage, and we question that all the time. And so, as member of the committee, question the importance of many phases and really push the agency to complete the project and getting more specific deadline on those projects. So we leave the responsibility to the committee that we are reset up here to do their work. So this amendment is really not necessary. Again, I want to reiterate and ask members to vote no.
Any other discussion? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wondering if Senator Herr would yield for a question.
Senator Herr, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Herr. In regards to the Green Amendment, which I support, I have the list here in front of me of the grantees. And if you recall, last year, Mr. President and Senator Herr, I had a similar list in front of me from the previous year's grantees. And I can see all the named grantees or recipients. I can see a description of the projects, and it lists page after page after page the dollar amounts that they received. And my question is, Mr. President and Senator Herr, as I'm reviewing this list, I'm seeing $35,000 over and over and over again. So I presume that there's some kind of a cap of $35,000. Last year, the list was $10,000 over and over and over again. So I presume that there was some kind of a cap of $10,000 to each recipient. Mr. President and Senator Herr, can you confirm, did the dollar amount increase in this year's, or the dollar amounts that I'm seeing here, from the previous, some kind of a previous cap of $10,000 to a current cap of $35,000?
Senator Herr, to the question.
Mr. President, I would like to give a good answer to Senator Lucero, but I wasn't sure what his question is. Is it about the Parks and Trail Fund, or is it the Arts and Culture? I think Senator Green and I was talking about the Parks and Trail Fund at this particular point.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. If he would yield, well, maybe then, based on the answer from Senator Herr, to answer him, I'm looking at a list here of the State Arts Board. So perhaps, Mr. President and Senator Green, if he could nod his head, yes or no, I don't have to ask him to yield. If the amendment that is before us is not dealing, could you confirm, Senator Green, if just a nod, or is it dealing with the Arts Board? Or is your amendment dealing with different limitations on a 3-year? Oh, it is dealing with this. Okay, so it would be relevant. So then, Mr. President, Senator Herr, Mr. President and Senator Herr, if he would yield for another question.
Senator Herr, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Lucero.
With that answer and with the confirmation from Senator Green that his amendment does deal with this, the reason I'm in favor of the Senator Green amendment is because putting a limitation on recipients from receiving dollars year after year after year, I think is important. I think it's added information to reinforce the need to support the Green amendment if the recipients are now receiving $35,000. So the question, if you could confirm, did the cap change from last year to this year?
Senator Herr.
Mr. President, that depends on what Senator Lucero refers to as the cap. We appropriate $90 million every year for the legacy grants here, so I don't think that it changed much. We do put on the amendment that we just vote on about a benchmark for 40% going to community color and disability. That's what I can confirm to you, Senator Lucero. And it's the State Arts Board and the Humanities Center and History Center, whoever administrated the grant, see it to it that it's appropriate fairly to group that apply. So they may be group that are repeating on a different project. They may, but and this is to answer on your answers. The answer to you is different from the answer to Senator Green, where there's just limited of applicants out there that can do the work. The clean water, the park and trail, there's just limited vendors out there. But for the arts and culture part, it's unlimited, and the State Art Board decide who's qualified for grant in the particular years. And we can't cancel the funding for arts completely or indefinitely because from my point of view, arts is the pollinators of our society. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll wrap it up with this. There are very good works and recipients in the arts and outdoor heritage fund. But the list that we've seen year after year after year, many of those dollars go to very questionable recipients. In the list from previous years, and I didn't get a full confirmation, but I can tell you from the list that I read in the most recent, just last year, the column on the far right-hand side, it lists an award of $10,000. We saw it over and over again. I don't recall anything exceeding any individual recipient receiving more than $10,000. Astonishingly, the list now is $35,000. So there must have been some kind of a maximum recipient amount of $10,000 that it's now increased to $35,000. I am very concerned about people that are now receiving the maximum dollar amount of $35,000, and they do it year after year after year, and it's going to questionable projects. For this reason, I think the Green Amendment is very much needed so that we can spread the finite dollars around to other recipients rather than having the same people come back over and over and over again, and now getting up to $35,000. Thank you, Mr. President.
Last voice we'll hear before we vote will be that of Senator Green. Senator Green, to your 825 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some of the things that I've heard again now kind of surprised me. And one of them was Senator Herr said that there's very few applications. The Legacy Amendment was put in place and it was adopted for 25 years. We're in year 17, so we have 13 years left of this. And if we have so few applications that we have to continue to give increasing amounts year after year to the same entities for pretty much the same jobs, that says a lot about when this comes up for renewal. If there's nothing else coming in, if this comes back next year, and I see the same projects, phase 17, and going up and up and up, then that tells me that we probably don't need this anymore. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It's 0.3% sales tax on everything that's bought in Minnesota. And with all the real needs that we have in the state, I guess if that's the case, if it's really the case that we can't even stop people from applying every year and giving them a 3-year grace period because there won't be enough applications, that says a lot. Anyway, I actually hope that's not true, but if it is, I guess we'll deal with it later. But for right now, I think this is a good amendment, and I would like to see this go on, so I'd ask everybody to vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the 825 Green Amendment. Senator Kunish, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Clark votes no.
Senator Clark votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Hochschild votes no.
Senator Hochschild votes no.
And Senator Muhammad votes no.
And Senator Muhammad votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
And Senator Johnson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 36 noes, the 825 Green Amendment is not adopted. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. One more. And this is really a good amendment. What this does is, we've just talked about how we don't have any oversight over how the money is spent on the Arts Councils. The Arts Council is appointed by the governor, so the projects that are approved through the Arts Council, generally, you can assume are approved by one person who appoints these folks. At least they're at the same mindset. And so, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the 829.
Senator Green offers the 829 amendment. The Secretary will report the 829 amendment.
Senator Green moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 87 after line 11, insert. This is the 829 amendment.
Senator Green to your 829 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The 829 is very simple. It takes the four, and I'll make this quick. It takes the four entities that get the grant money through the legacy, and it basically says that we're going to ensure that all these grants are going out on competitive grant bids. Now, that's the way it's supposed to work. As I'm understanding it, it doesn't always work that way, that some people just get picked. And so what this is going to do is it's going to open up a process for more transparency in the allotment of these grants. And I don't think I have to talk too long on it, Mr. President. I know that we're running into the afternoon here, and we still got third reading. But if anybody has any questions, I'll try to answer them. It's a really simple amendment, and I'd ask for a green vote.
Senator Green, are you asking for a roll call?
I might as well, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Hurd to the H29 Green Amendment. Senator Hurd.
Member, I'd like ask all to vote no. This will entail longer discussion than what we have here today. If there's further discussion, we can talk in our conference committee. This will throw the constitutional amendment that has been put into place since 2008 all out of place, and that's also removed the 47% that's supposed to go to the State Arts Board as well. So by adapting this amendment, meaning we have to start from ground zero, going back to 2008. So I urge members to vote no. Thank you.
Senator Green, it looks like you're the final word before we vote on the H29.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't believe that it does throw the constitutional amendment off. It does talk about the 47%, but it's a good amendment, and I ask for a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the H29 Green Amendment. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Clark votes no.
Senator Clark votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Mohammed votes no.
Senator Hochschild votes no.
Senator Hochschild votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 35 nays, the H29 Green Amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I mentioned earlier, there are many good projects in here that are being awarded. Among those good projects, I just have two here that I randomly picked out on my perusal here of the awards. One of them here would offer weekly music therapy sessions to older adults living with memory loss or neurodegenerative disease. That seems like a worthwhile project to fund and help some people. Another good one here would provide violin and cello instruction for 2nd through 5th grade in Harmony, Minnesota, as well as support Harmony graduates to participate in orchestra and summer camps through the 12th grade, creating an accessible entry point and pathway for musical development. Seems like another worthwhile project. But Mr. President, I have a concern. And for that reason, I would like to offer the A55 amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the A55 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A55 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 2563 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 87 after line 11, insert. This is the A55 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A55 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. My concern is that tax dollars would be going and awarded to illegal aliens. And for that reason, I offer this amendment. I ask for support, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Hur to the A55 amendment.
Thank you, Member. I'd like to ask no. I trust the agency to do their due diligence. Thank you.
Any other discussion before we go to Senator Lucero? Senator Lucero, it's your last words, and then we'll vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I do not trust the agencies. I don't trust government. Minnesotans don't trust the failing government under Governor Walz. We've seen waste, fraud, and abuse. We've seen priorities that place illegal foreign nationals above citizens. So I do not trust, for good reason. We need to make sure that money is not being awarded to illegal aliens. This is common sense. A green vote on this amendment would be to prioritize lawful residents. A red vote would be to prioritize illegal aliens over lawful residents. Please vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A55 Lucero amendment. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Clark votes no.
Senator Clark votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Hochschild votes no.
Senator Hochschild votes no.
Senator Muhammad votes no.
Senator Muhammad votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Mann votes no.
And Senator Mann votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A55 Lucero Amendment is not adopted. Any other amendments, members? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 2563, a bill for an act relating to legacy, appropriating money from outdoor heritage, clean water, parks and trails, and arts and cultural heritage funds.
Third reading. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to Senator Hur, too, thank you. Even though I've been on this committee for 17 years, I would be phase 17 on this committee. Over the years, I've gotten a few things on there that I think have been good. One of the things is this money used to be spent out of state, a lot of it out of state. We've got that changed. But there's still more work to do, and this year we didn't get any policy changes, and we know that there's huge problems with it, especially in the area of transparency. And so some of the work done on digging into the bill, just so that you know, the outdoor heritage portion, I talk about land acquisitions all the time. And if you look at the amount of money being spent, just in the single year, this is not the biennium, the single year is $162 million in outdoor heritage, and $94 million of that was spent on land acquisitions in some form or another. It's a problem. Some of the stuff we tried to get through in the arts, with the arts community, it's just transparency. If everything is above board, then it's not a problem. We've just seen so many things now that money goes out, and it's not just the legacy, but that's what we're talking about now. Money goes out, and not only do we not know where it's going, we're not even willing to look back and find out where it was spent after we allotted it. That's a problem. It's a big problem. You know, the land that's purchased, I go after a lot of the land. I don't usually touch too much on the metro area, but there's a lot in the metro area that's being bought up too. I guess we all like our parks and trails, and that's fine. We need to keep them up, but we're buying more land for that. And just to give you an example about parks and trails, parks in particular, in Minnesota we have 75 parks and recreation areas. We have 87 counties, and we keep expanding and expanding. And that doesn't even count all the parks that we have within our counties and cities. I think we're pretty park friendly as it is right now. And yet we continue to buy more because someone has a project and because there's money for it. So they keep coming back for more and more. I'm not going to belabor it too long. Most of the stuff I wanted to talk about, I talked about during the amendments. I can't support the bill again this year. I've only supported a couple over the years, and those are the ones where I was actually able to get some policy changes in there that I think were substantive enough that would open up more transparency to the people to see what they're actually getting for the money that they voted for. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hurd, to the committee members. It's been a pleasure serving with you, but can't support the bill. Thanks.
Senator Hurd, for your final comments before we vote on final passage as amended to House File 2563.
Thank you, members. I'm glad to hear all the amendment and the voices that are here today. My member of my aisles and also the member on the other aisles as well. This bill has one of the strongest safeguards against fraud and any questionable aspect of our society concerned today. It's also looking to probable abuse that can come up, and I'm particularly create a transparency formula in this bill just to make sure that no entity or internal entity or have the mindful of thinking about taking advantage of it. Also, the other part that I want to mention is that this bill itself will give the underrepresented a chance to apply. The underrepresented meaning those who have never applied before on the list of priorities. And the reason that I said this bill is a strong safeguard toward fraud, against fraud, is that I have a strong staff, and I want to thank them. I want to thank our counsel, Mr. Dan Mueller, our fiscal analyst, our Senate counsel, Mr. Ben Stanley, our community administrator, Cara Josephson, my legislative assistant, Mike Calvu, and DFL researcher, Cassie Tomadoff, and also providing information and research to the member of the other eyes is Victor Floro. I also want to thank Isaac Sparber, my office intern, and then our community pages, Olivia, Michael, and Saye. And also not to forget that we come this far to this point is the contribution of our committee. And I want to acknowledge and thank Senator Jen McCune, who's my vice chair, and Minority Lead, Senator Steve Green, as well as Senator members of the committee, Senator Joukowsky, Senator Hawj, Senator Hoffman, Senator Johnson Stewart, Senator Kunish, Senator Lane, and Senator Wiesenberg. And I'm glad that we are in this point. I put this bill on the table because there's two things that serve us up. One is our love for Taste of Minnesota. And the second is, contrary to our heart, there was so much pain out of the conflict of Vietnam. And I had to put the bill on the table so we can bring peace to the valley and also understanding within our members here. And allow me to tell a little story as well as I go on making a concluding remark here. And I realized that it was the conflict, Southeast Asian conflict, that opened the door to make this bill stronger and better than I originally thought. I realized that the conflicts of 50 years ago in Southeast Asia brought a lot of pain to our modern day society, and many wounds are still not healed and still linger on, being that our young men and women, mostly middle class, was sent to war. American GI coming home, facing disrespect and ridicule. The spouse and their family waiting also face the same repercussions. And those who fought alongside Americans as allies face deeper wounds. And also, even deeper are those allies without national identity, that those countries itself rather give away them to a foreign country, may perhaps as a result be dispensable. So there were a lot of pain there. And in my view, the politics, the conspiracy, the secrecy of all were beyond the sins of our fathers. All this are in the past now, and we must live on and do better. And as a result of the new light, America began to accept families of allies and refugees from Southeast Asia to the United States. My family arrived due to the part of Catholic Charities, Lutheran Social Service, and other Protestant churches that make possible and welcome us kindly. And one story I want to tell, and I did mention this story in the Finance Committee already, that when I first set foot in American ground in the Seattle International Airport, there was a Cambodian mother, refugee status, had a birth complication. And this is 50 years ago. 50 years ago, we don't have internet. Our phone is dial phone. The service then was not the same as we have now. We don't have the efficiency as we have now, where we just call a line, a multilingual translator will be present. So at the terminal, the airline staff had to run around searching for a translator or someone that can speak the woman just about to give birth from Cambodia, help. So they found someone who looked like her, who happened to be Japanese descent, American-born Japanese. Looked like her, but cannot speak the language. So they said, let's find someone of Southeast Asia, someone's of Southeast Asian. So true enough, there's a Vietnamese staff that worked for Seattle Airport that came as a refugee a few months prior. They called him over, well, you're from the same region. Maybe you can speak the language. Maybe you can help. What's going on with this woman in pain? Well, that person said, oh, I can't, we're very close. We're a neighbor country, but I cannot speak the woman's language. So they grab people here and there, and my father actually raised his hand and said, I spoke another neighbor language, which is Thai, and perhaps the refugee woman from Cambodia, maybe she can understand Thai as well. So my father tried to accommodate her, and they were trying to investigate her pain and know that she had birth complication. So everybody there was helping to deliver, I would say, from my point of view, the first refugee baby from Cambodia at the Seattle International Airport. And looking back, I know that while I'm telling this story, I don't know how many people were here and how far it will go. And would like the reunion. I cannot keep in contact, we don't know. After that, they load us to airplane, fly to Minneapolis and to Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So just that moment in time, I'm sure that that refugee American-born baby from a refugee mom and their family has been a very productive and has been a contributing citizen of America today. And I hope that they have heard this story as someone who was born at the airport of Seattle in the early days in the 70s, right after the Vietnam War. I would love to have that reunion. But the first 10 years, our sponsor gathered all of our Southeast Asian refugees together on a weekly basis, Vietnamese, Cambodians, Laos. And people question, like, you're from Laos, right? But are you Laos? No, I'm not, I'm Hmong. And then so there's 4-factor country staying together, sharing our food, just like the older immigrant, the Swede, the Norwegian, the German, the Irish, trying to absorb each other's culture. So we are at one, a new layer, but we are at one as Southeast Asian. We absorb each other's culture and share our culture with the larger American public. And I did say that it was the Catholic and the Protestant that brought us here to this country. But behind the scene, we did not know that how much our native community and how our Black community has supported the relocation of refugees to this country. Behind the scene, Black leaders like Roy Wilkins and the NAACP urged Congress and the Jimmy Carter administration to open door for Southeast Asian family. If you look at the Time magazine back in 1975, 1976, you will see a series of letters that Black leaders have advocated for the acceptance of refugees to this country. Most of us think that because we are sponsored by Catholic and Lutheran, perhaps only white people have the leadership and the caring. But I just want to state here in the Senate floor that all Americans make it possible for us Southeast Asian to be here, to be part of the cultural fabric of America. And then we joined it together, delivering the first baby in Seattle International Airport. And so we are here as a cultural fabric of Minnesota, myself being Southeast Asian, so as Senator Pa, Senator Xiong. And I believe that I have been trying hard to make everyone happy with this bill. Run around to make a perfect bill, make a strong safeguard bill, as well as a bill that have good transparency. And I am conscientious of people might look at someone who look like me, who's a chair of the Environmental Legacy, that, oh, now it fall to a minority hand, it will get confused, it will get out of place, it will fall apart. I'm conscientious of that, but I will not surrender a kowtow to a fear. But I will build a formula that will be robust for equity and for racial diversity and also economic justice that go far beyond our future legislation and as far as it lasts. So I will spend time this summer to improve the legacy bill myself, along with other committees and people who members who want to join in. So thank you for listening to me on this bill, and I'm glad that we have a painful discussion last week that allowed this bill to be much better than it first came into the Senate chamber. And this legacy bill is not just about arts and culture alone. As we heard the discussion here, it deals with outdoor heritage, it deals with clean water and park and trail that will make our Minnesota environment much better than where we founded, immigrant members that we founded in this country. So thank you. I ask members to vote yes on this bill.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage of House File 2563 as amended. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Clark votes no. Excuse me.
Senator
I'm
Clark
wrong.
votes.
I beg your pardon. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Clark votes aye.
Senator Clark votes. Senator Carlson votes aye. Senator
Hold
Clark
on.
votes aye.
Senator, can we start over because there's a little
Yes.
confusion.
Yes, indeed.
So let's start over with your list, including Senator Carlson.
Wonderful. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Clark votes aye.
Senator Clark votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes aye.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Young votes aye.
Senator Hochschild votes aye.
Senator Hochschild votes aye.
Senator Muhammad votes aye.
Senator Muhammad votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Mann votes aye.
And Senator Mann votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 41 ayes and 26 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Senator Kunesh, for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess to the call of the President, and only a few members need to return to the chamber later.
Any other discussion on that? All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is now in recess to the call of the President.